God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America. God bless America, my home, sweet
That was great. Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to have Hope Scheppelman actually do the pledge, but she is not in the room right now, so I'm going to go ahead and do it, and then we'll get going, okay? Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, is she coming? Okay. The honor is yours, Vice Chairwoman.
Please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go as quickly as possible so that you can get out of here and enjoy this beautiful day as well as the holiday weekend. The Colorado Republican Committee is convened under the authority of the bylaws of the Colorado Republican Committee and is held pursuant to relevant provisions of Colorado law. The chair appoints Kevin Thibodeau, professional registered parliamentarian with the National Association of Parliamentarians, as the chair pro tem of this assembly to preside in the temporary absence of the chairman. At this time, I'd like to introduce your State Central Committee officers, the real ones. Myself, Mr. Chair. Of course, Hope Scheppelman, your Vice Chairwoman. Anna Ferguson, your Party Secretary. Tom Bjorklund, your State Party Treasurer. Randy Corcoran as your RNC National Committee man. Randy. And then Christy Fedora, your new RNC National Committee woman. Okay. I'm pleased to name the following individuals and committee appointments and thank those who have agreed to serve in these important leadership roles. For our parliamentarian today, it is the illustrious Gregory Carlson, who is also a professional registered parliamentarian with the National Association of Parliamentarians. Our legal counsel is David Piggott. He could not be here today, but he is representing us in the outstanding litigation that we find ourselves in. The chair appoints the following individuals to the Credentials Committee. Tom Bjorklund as chairman, Vicki Tompkins, and Debbie Perry Smith. The chair appoints the following individuals to the Teller Committee: Elizabeth Temple, Debbie Perry Smith, and Peg Cage. The chair appoints the following individuals to the Rules Committee: Keith Maines, John Fielding, and Kim Ransom. And the chair appoints the following individuals to the Bylaws Committee: John Fielding, Brad Collins, and Keith Maines. Finally, members, got ahead of myself, excuse me. Before we begin this meeting, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege. We are going to be discussing and voting on several important issues during this meeting. This meeting shall follow the rules of parliamentary procedure. As the chairman, I would like to outline several rules of discussion so that we may debate the issues and conduct our votes in a way that honors our organization and honors our fellow members. First, it is never appropriate to speak directly to other members. All discussion shall be directed toward the chairman, and if any member would like to ask a question or make a point of information, that can be directed to the chair, and the chair can address or redirect the question. Time to do so being taken for the member's time. Second, it is never appropriate to question the motives of a fellow member, whether present or absent. Third, it is never appropriate to disparage another member, to call a member a liar, or to attack the personal character of another member in any way. Fourth, it is not appropriate to mention the proper names of the members. Members should refer to each other in the third person or by title. For example, I disagree with the member who just spoke because, or I agree with the chair of the Bylaws Committee because, so on and so forth. Finally, members may not shout for recognition from the chair. The chair will ignore members who call the question from their seat. If a member wishes to seek recognition, they should come to the microphone and say, "Mr. Chairman, I can then recognize you to make a motion or to call a question." Only one person shall speak at a time. These rules are the principles of Robert's Rules and parliamentary law, so that members on both sides of the discussion can speak passionately about the issues at hand, and so that our debate can be respectful. Any members who violate these rules will be first warned by the chair, and after a second offense will forfeit their speaking opportunity and be ordered to resume their seat. I'm confident that all members will abide by these rules. Are there any questions about these expectations? Okay, great. And just for everyone's information, like we normally have, we have two microphones. One will be for opposition, the other will be for support. Once we get to that time, I'll remind everyone. Okay, the first item of business is the adoption of the initial credentials report. So the chair will stand at ease and wait for the chairman of the Credentials Committee, Tom Bjorklund, to give us some numbers so we can get business going. If someone can get Tom Bjorklund, that'd be great. One moment. We'll be right back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the chair recognizes Tom Bjorklund for the purpose of announcing our initial credentials reports.
Okay, SCC members, I'm pleased to announce that we have 150 people who have checked in live bodies who are here today to vote. And we have 67 proxies that are here to vote. Okay, for the totals is 217.
As the adoption of the Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, could you come back? Can you ask that you move the adoption of the initials credentials?
Okay, so this is the initial credentials report. We are still having some people come in as well, and that could change, but so I move to adopt the current report as a preliminary credentials report.
Okay, as the adoption of the credentials report has been moved by the chair of the credentials committee, the motion does not require a second. The motion on the floor is the adoption of the report of the initial credentials committee. A majority is required and only voting central committee members may vote at this time. Those in favor of adopting the credentials report, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the credentials report is adopted. Okay, the next item of business is the adoption of the standing rules. The chair recognizes Keith Maines, chair of the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just point out that the rules that the chairman is reading is the standard decorum from Robert's Rules. That's what he was just reminding people of. That always applies, and it's often great to remind people. So the rules, that standing rules, there's a set in the bylaws that are the basic ones, and then they're sometimes slightly modified for what's going on in the meeting. So that's the rules that you have sent out by the chairman. And so they're drafted as basic. We're using Robert's Rules as the basic parliamentary, and then these extra rules to go with them to ensure that the meeting is efficient and timely. One of the things that we do, for example, is limiting the amount of time people can speak and so on. Robert's Rules might be higher, but it's not limited from what is normal. I'm just saying this is normal for our committee, and that helps us go quicker. So I'm just explaining why we have these extra rules and how that fits in for your benefit. I just try to make people, because the whole point of rules is not to slam people, but to make it possible for them to participate and not take up everybody's time unnecessarily. So I'm going to try to do that with you as well. So while a reading of the rules is not required, since they were transmitted to the members of this committee at least 7 days before the meeting, that's according to our bylaws, Article 7, Section I would like to caution members who desire to vote a proxy to reference Rules 12 through 21 and Rule 23, fourth bullet, and particularly Rule 26 regarding proper proxy voting, so that they can avoid having their votes disqualified. You could possibly, and that's not a new rule or anything, I'm just cautioning people, read the rules, at least 26 if you're doing proxy. Additionally, I would like to point out that the last two rules, 34 and 35, so if you have your list of rules, they're provisional, and I actually have a statement, a paragraph in there as to when they would apply, and provisionally apply based upon, and the explanations in there, so I'll leave that for you to read. Since these rules have been distributed to members at least 7 days prior to the meeting and without intervening changes, a request for reading the rules is out of order unless a motion for reading them is made, seconded, and approved by a majority of members present. Therefore, without objection or a motion otherwise, I dispense with the reading of the rules, and I move to adopt the proposed rules.
Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the standing rules. The motion on the floor is the adoption of the standing rules. A 2/3 vote is required for adoption of these rules. Is there any debate on the rules? All right, seeing none. All in favor, please rise. And if you have fractional votes and proxies, please put them up. Okay, may be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, the ayes have it, and the rules are adopted by 2/3 vote in the affirmative. The next item of business is the adoption of the bylaws amendments. The chairman recognizes Chairman of the Bylaws Committee, John Fielding, for the purpose of a motion to adopt the first bylaw amendment and a brief discussion of the rationale of the bylaw amendment. Could the AV team please put the amendment number 1 on the screen so that people may be able to see the changes that are being proposed? Amendment number 1 deals with fractional votes, by the way. So if you have your electronic copies with you, feel free to go on to the report as Chairman Fielding discusses Amendment 1. Mr. Fielding.
Blow it up a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As an initial matter, I would like to thank the members of my committee for sharing in the work of these amendments. Sean Hegarty, Brad Collins, Dan Brown, Keith Maines, and I have worked on this with, of course, the chairman being an ex officio member, who've worked on these amendments. As an overview, are we considering amendment number 3? We are not. We're considering 2 amendments. One of them was requested by the officers on fractional voting, and the other was requested by the State Executive Committee as part of its decision in resolving the matter with Mr. Watkins and Senator Harvey and those people. As part of that decision, they requested that the Bylaws Committee prepare an amendment, and we have done so. So the first is Amendment number 1, which deals with fractional voting. And the purpose of the amendment is to make the voting process smoother by eliminating fractional voting. And what it does is it gives maximum flexibility to county parties who have multiple officers, that they can designate one officer to carry the ex officio vote, and then the remaining officers become non-voting members of this committee. So they still stay on this committee, but they are non-voting members. The Bylaws Committee, I should note that this amendment was submitted to this body at the meeting in September 2023, and we did not get to it because of issues of time. So now it is being brought back. The Bylaws Committee recommends the adoption of this amendment, and I so move.
Okay. As the motion has been made by the chairman of the committee, it does not require a second. Is there any debate on bylaw amendment number 1?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Point of inquiry, Stephen Allen, Douglas County bonus member.
Yes.
How will the proposed amendment impact counties that have separate provisions under their own county bylaws that designate certain officers as full voting members of the state central committee?
I'll go ahead and let our chairman of the bylaws committee address it, and then I'll also provide an answer as well.
The member from Douglas County is, I think, aware that what we do in Douglas is we allocate bonus member positions. And 2 of our officers get, assuming that the county has sufficient bonus member positions, we allocate those to those officers. And this amendment does not address that because it would not affect that. Because for those officers, their official status here is, for example, our second vice chair, his official status here is as a bonus member. It is not an officer, a vote that attaches, an ex officio vote that attaches to that office. I hope I'm making myself clear.
I would also like to state that the county bylaws do need to be amended and changed if this were to pass, then that's probably what would need to occur. As all of you know, there are many voters in here, or at least a part of the committee, that have 30.33 votes or half a vote, and that actually does cause problems with organizing the meeting. We manage, we do as best we can, as you can see, but in terms of credentialing and running a meeting, it would be really helpful if we could have one whole vote attached to the members of the State Central Committee. And as Chairman Fielding said, if you're still, if there are any counties that still provide for a second or third vice chairman, for example, they're still non-voting members. They can still come here and participate, but we just want that one vote that's being represented from that county to be attached to one person so that we can get our meetings done quicker and more efficiently. And that's primarily the purpose. Do you have anything else to add, Mr.
Yes. Just one other thing that I should have mentioned when I first came up here. If adopted, all of these amendments would be effective in January in 2025. And the purpose of that is to comply with Colorado statute that does not, or that restricts parties' ability to change their bylaws during even-numbered years. So, and I would point out that that restriction, which is in statute, would apply to county parties that would be amending their bylaws to accommodate this bylaw amendment if it were adopted.
Is there any debate? Chair recognizes Peg Cage.
Yes, sir. Peg Cage from Boulder County. And I think it's out of order for us to be considering bylaws changes. The idea of having no bylaws done in even years is so that we can concentrate party business on elections. And when the odd year comes and we're concentrating on party business, that's when we should be making the bylaws change. And I think we should not hear either of these amendments. Thank you.
Is there any further debate?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, if I could add one more thing. One other thing that that this amendment does is that our bylaws as currently stated contemplate parties with multiple, county parties with multiple vice chairmen. This amends this so that counties could have co-secretaries or even co-chairmen. That would be up to the county parties themselves. So in that sense, it would give a little bit more flexibility to county parties to order their affairs the way they like. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Keith Maines from Adams County.
Go ahead.
The member made an interesting point, and there's some validity to that idea. But the state law doesn't say why we can't do it. But I think the reason why we can't do it is because you can't change the rules in the middle of elections. So I think that purpose is being fulfilled by not changing it until January.
Right, I want to make it clear that, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't actually want to have this special meeting, just so you know. We wouldn't be here if we weren't sort of forced to do it based on the actions of other members. And so the idea is if we're going to be here, we're going to conduct party business so that next year we're not hindered as we organize for a reorganizational meeting and you guys ultimately select your members from your counties and then of course the next administration in 2025. So as has been stated here plenty of times, these amendments will not go into effect until 2025. But I can tell you from an organizational standpoint, ask any one of the people that were here 6 in the morning, it would be extremely helpful if we could have whole votes at these meetings moving forward. So that's the purpose.
Canterbury, Custer County, and I probably don't need to say this, I believe our chairman just said it. One of the problems we have, if we wait to discuss this until 2025, we won't be able to get this amendment in place before the organizational meeting when we need to vote, so we will not have another period of these votes that are so hard to count. We need to get ahead of it and get this amendment ratified so that we can put it in place in 2023 or 2025 rather than wait until 2025. We might not be able to get it done, and then we won't be able to do it in 26, and we'll be looking at 27. So I encourage everyone to vote to adopt this amendment.
Linda Moore Wilson, bonus member. If we do vote on this, I am for it. I've been on the teller committee, and I can assure you that the fractional votings do cause issues. Seeing where someone comes in with a fractional vote and they unfortunately got a full vote. So this would clear up any overvotages.
Ken Graff, House District 22 representative. I just wanted to speak in favor of the whole voting from the secrecy of the ballot standpoint, because if you have one county, say, that has four, you would have 0.25 votes per person. If you have another county with 3, you'd have 0.335, you'd have 0.20. It would be pretty easy to kind of look at the ballot tallies. It is easy to look at the ballot tallies, and you can see how those counties, or get an idea of how those counties actually vote. So where the fractions line up. So that the fractional voting in itself, from just a quick look at it, violates. It does compromise. I don't know that it violates, but it does compromise the secrecy of the vote.
Mr. Chairman, Greg Lopez from Elbert County. I was just wanting to see, I just asked if someone can confirm that Article 20 of the bylaws has been complied with.
1 second, we'll check with our parliamentarian. In the opinion of the chair, Article 20 was complied with. Is there any objection to that? Okay, seeing none, proper notice was submitted 30 days well in advance. If there's no other debate, we'll go ahead and vote, move into voting. As a motion has been made by the chairman of the committee, it does not require a second. The question is on the adoption of bylaw amendment number 1. Those in favor of the bylaw amendment shall rise. And just to remember, this takes a 2/3 vote. Thank you. Be seated. Those opposed, please rise. Okay, you may be seated. The chairman is not in doubt. The amendment number 1 passes. The chairman recognizes Chairman Fielding for amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, in bylaw amendment number 2 we were requested to do this by the state executive committee as part of its decision in the Harvey Leonard challenge to the request for a special meeting to conduct certain business. The executive committee asked us to come up with more specific rules as to how requests for special meetings should be processed in a more orderly and perhaps a more specific and verifiable manner. I do not mind telling this committee that this was a time-consuming and difficult amendment to draft. Nevertheless, I and the other members of the committee did the best we could. Basically, because we as members of the bylaws committee do not know, are not that familiar with the mechanics of how these requests might be verified, we delegate some of the details of this to the secretary. And what it provides is that the secretary is to prepare a form on which these requests can be made. The form will require the people requesting the meeting to state the business of the meeting, and then will provide whatever information the signers are supposed to have, so that the request can be properly verified. The secretary is required, or will be required, to make the form freely available on request to SCC voting members, and perhaps it's up to the secretary's discretion, post a blank form or a PDF or something like that on the Colorado GOP website. And then once people have filled out the form, hopefully there's enough information that a request for a special meeting can be quickly and transparently processed. The Bylaws Committee recommends the adoption of amendment number 2, and we turn this over to the good discretion of this committee.
Okay. As the motion has been made by the chairman of the committee, it does not require a second. Is there any debate on bylaw amendment number 2? Okay, I see a couple people here. Peg, if you'd like to come. Again, this is the support side. This would be the opposition side, just so everyone knows. Okay. Okay.
Okay, now that I got myself in the right position. Again, this is not a bylaw change that needs to be heard in an even year. I don't think that we should even be hearing it. And second of all, I agree in principle that there should be a method that is able to be put before a body in deciding whether or not a complaint has been, or a request for a meeting has been done correctly. However, if you get a quarter of the body to sign a complaint, and then some one person is able to undo that and challenge it, we will never be able to request a meeting. And I would say vote no until they get this thing straightened out, and maybe we can hear it next year when we're supposed to hear business.
Okay, we're going to alternate and I'll come back to you.
Keith Maines, Adams County. I'm not sure what you meant by one person can stop it, because I don't see that. But it's focused on the idea to, because anybody can say, I got a quarter of the members and we can have our own meeting and we can see what happens. So that's what it's focused on to proceed.
Kevin Lundberg, Larimer County, bonus member. And I remember when I read this the first time, it struck me as being incredibly bureaucratic and so much process in it that it will probably become unfunctional, dysfunctional to actually implement everything. And I agree somewhat with what Peg Cage said on one person can create a log jam, not by eliminating it, but by creating more process. I was reviewing the bylaws just a couple of nights ago, and it says currently, if I recall this correctly, that written notice from 1/4 of the members is required. Now that's a pretty high standard right there. Actually, I think, practically speaking, I do urge that we reject this measure, and not that there shouldn't be a proper process, but it should be more functional than what I see in that paragraph up there on the screen. If you legislate to the exception, you will end up with bad law. And I believe that that's what we are doing at this point, is we've seen an extraordinary exception occur, and well, let's fix it, and let's make sure that doesn't happen. Well, I believe that 1/4 of the membership of this body should have the legitimate authority and ability, and that's what I'm arguing for, is that the ability be there clearly so that if a problem does arise, that 1/4 of the membership can legitimately call for that meeting in an efficient fashion. I don't think we've been more. I urge it on vote.
Fred Clifford, bonus member from Jefferson County, and I am neither in favor or against this amendment, so there's not a separate microphone for questions.
That's all right.
And I'm deferring to the member from Boulder who spoke the first time. The fact that we're not supposed to do bylaws in an even year, and my question is, what would happen if somehow this vote was ruled illegitimate? How would that affect the process going forward? Would we be able to readdress it next year or something like that? So, is my question clear?
Are you referring to whether or not this meeting will be deemed invalid or valid? Or?
No, whether or not an amendment proposed and voted on today will be held legitimate, because we're not technically supposed to do it in the meeting yet.
Well, so because of the sort of enacting clauses here, we feel confident that whatever you guys decide, if you want to pass these are legitimate, because it won't affect this year. And so 2025, that's when this would kick in, and we believe that would conform with the Colorado revised statutes on not changing the bylaws.
Laurel. I'm a member from Jefferson County as well as the CD7 representative to the executive committee for the state party. The purpose here is this is extraordinary circumstances. So we're not trying to stop your ability to call a meeting with 25% of the membership. What we're trying to do is preserve election integrity and transparency by requiring that that 25% of the body is verifiable. If we are the party of election integrity and we want transparency, we stand for that. We stand for it from the top to the bottom in every decision that we make as a body. So I urge a yes vote. This was a difficult controversy to hear from the executive committee. There was no verification process. It was difficult, confusing, and convoluted. We need to make sure that we streamline this process, and we're still giving everybody the opportunity to do what they need to do and have their voice heard, but we need to do it in a legal and verifiable manner.
Sean Hegarty, I'm also from Jefferson County. I'm also a member of the Bylaws Committee. I specifically endorse what Laurel just said. More importantly, with regard to the question about can we do this now, the key issue here is it doesn't become effective until January 1st and after. That's the part. We're not changing the bylaws in 2024, which would violate state law. So it's perfectly appropriate. I'm going to encourage all of the counties and all of our different divisions, get your work done now to be effective January 1st so that we can hit the ground running next year. So I urge adoption of this particular bill. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Ted Harvey from Douglas County, bonus member from Douglas County. I just wanted to respond to Cage's comment that one person should be able to file a controversy if they think there's a problem. As one of the people that felt there was a problem, I think anybody who believes there is a problem with the process should have the right to say there's a problem with the process and bring that before the executive committee, which I did legally per the bylaws. And then if there's a question, they can appeal it and bring it to you all. But if there is an issue that needs to be brought up, anybody that is a member of this body should be able to raise their hand and say, point of order. There's an issue, and we need to have a discussion about this. So with all due respect to Peg, one person that is a member here should have their voice heard.
Hugo Chavez-Ray, Denver County, bonus member. I think we've all heard and seen what took place here in the last 2.5 months and the convoluted way in which this petition, so-called petition, was submitted to state party. We can't have a process for removal of officers that is a serious, I think, action for anybody in the sense that you have a person submit a list that A, wasn't verified and B, wasn't authorized to be submitted in the first place. But I think we need to clarify this process. It's an important process. The body should have the right to challenge its officers and or a officer and make sure that the 25% threshold is met by verifying each and every one of those that submitted the request for the special meeting. So I urge the passage of this amendment.
Is there any further debate? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sensing a little bit more opposition on this amendment as opposed to the last one, so I'm going to go ahead and exercise my authority as chairman and ask the Teller Committee to come up. We're going to do a standing count vote so that we have the exact numbers, and whatever happens with that happens, and we'll announce it. So the chair will stand at ease while the Teller Committee comes, and then we'll do a standing count vote. Just so everyone's aware, I'll ask people to rise if they're in favor of it, and then continue to be standing as the Teller Committee counts and tallies those votes. And please remember to hold up your fractional card or your proxy cards so that we can get an accurate count as possible. And then once those votes have been counted, I'll ask those who oppose to also stand up so that we can also do the same process and get an accurate count on this particular bylaw amendment. We'll wait just a brief moment for the teller committee to get situated, and then we'll have the vote, and then we'll let you know the results as soon as well. So the chair stands at ease.
I just want to be sure y'all can see our little color coordination here. Section 1 over here is counties A through D, Adams through Douglas. This section right here, the green, section 2, is Eagle through Jefferson County. And if you're a voting member, you're sitting in front of the colored tape. If you're not a voting member and you're not carrying a proxy, you need to be behind the tape, please. Okay, this section right here, which is blue, is Kiowa through Pueblo. And then over here on the outside edge is Rio Blanco through Yuma. And all elected officials that are voting need to be over here in this section. Okay, now, many of you if you have a fractional vote, you're going to have to raise your fractional vote card. If you have a third, it's the green. If you have a half, it's the blue. And then if you're carrying proxy, it'll be orange. And if you're a voting member, you also have an orange card. Yes, sir. That says VM on it for voting member. So you'll hold that up with your proxy cards. Everybody got it? Okay, cool. Let's start.
Mr. Chairman, clarifying point, you don't have to have that voting member card unless you're also carrying a proxy.
Yes, that's correct. If you're just here on your own as a voting member, just stand up. But if you have a proxy, hold both.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your leadership. She just said elected officials. She just said elected officials must be in a separate section in order to vote in this. Or we just stay with our counties?
They would prefer that, but this is a standing vote count, so if you don't want to necessarily get out of your county, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, there are under enough seats in our section there, so in front of the table. So that could be a problem.
It's a standing vote count, and we'll get you. If you're not exactly where we would prefer you, that's okay. It's a standing vote count. Show your badges, show your cards, it's all right. On the floor is the adoption of amendment number 2. And just to clarify for everyone, the lettering in blue is additional. The only thing that's been removed are words that are of grammatical nature. So it is substantive in the blue lettering, but it's additional to what's going on. If you would like, I can read it. Would you like me to read it? Okay, I'm going to read the amendment and the changes, and then we'll go ahead and vote on it, okay? Can you hear me now? All right. I'm going to go ahead and read it so everyone understands what's going on. I apologize. We're trying to figure out how to blow that up. So here we go. Amendment number 3 is Amendment 2. Pardon me. Amendment number 2, it reads as follows. Upon the written request of 1/4 of the voting members, the request shall be made on a form to be developed and authorized by the Secretary. The Secretary shall make this form freely available to voting members upon request. This requirement may be satisfied by posting a blank form on the CRC website. The form shall require disclosure of sufficient identifying information so that the Secretary can verify that requesters are voting members and that they do in fact desire that the requested meeting be held. The Secretary shall have the authority to verify any signature or other indication of assent for any person requesting the meeting. The form shall require that the purposes of the meeting shall be disclosed. The business of a meeting requested pursuant to this section shall be limited to the purposes stated in the request. Meeting requests having different purposes may not be aggregated to reach the number of required members calling for a meeting. If requests should be received having different purposes and each request is is assented to by the required number of members, the chairman and secretary may schedule a meeting at which all of the purposes may be addressed. Any such meeting request may be challenged by any voting member, and such challenge shall be heard and determined as provided by Article 15. That's right. Roman numerals give me some time. Any such challenge shall be made no later than 7 days after a completed meeting request has been received. If the meeting request has not been challenged, the meeting shall be called by the chairman within 10 days after receiving such request. If the meeting request has been challenged before the executive committee, the period of issuing the call shall be extended while the challenge is pending, including any subsequent appeal from the executive committee. If the chairman fails to call the meeting within the time period provided herein, any voting member may issue the call at the expense of the CRC. The meeting shall be held within 30 days of the call. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all in favor of adoption of amendment number 2, please rise and continue standing so that the teller committee can tally your votes. Opposed to amendment number 2, please rise. Remain standing.
Linda who find it. So that's how you can find it. I always post the link on my signature.
We're going to go.
Kevin Lumber. Can you come on?
Well, what I'm doing is, this will be my, no I'm not. This is what I will use to upload just the whole meeting. And here I'm just,
I'm the transcript.
As we're doing it, I'm sending video clips.
Pardon me.
Because people are sitting there waiting, could come to the meeting, going, what's happening, what's happening? So just sending them clips so they can watch a few minutes here, a few minutes there. Okay, they voted on this, they voted on that, they voted on this, they voted on that. No, I'm just a me. I'm just a me. Just here, sort of recording history, and really doing it because there's a lot of people
Okay, teller committee,
wanted
did you
to come
get
to
everything?
right? And
Has everyone voted that wish to have voted? Okay. Teller committee, if you could go off to the side and do your counts. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the results of this vote, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Randy Corcoran and the chairman of our Legal Affairs Committee concerning the open primary lawsuit that we're engaged in to give us an update on what we're currently experiencing as a party as we're battling open primary in court. So Randy Corcoran, why don't you come forward and kind of give us an update on what's going on with the open primary lawsuit, and Chairman Lundberg, you're also welcome to come up and provide what you wish to report to the committee. Hey, good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming to a legitimate meeting of the Colorado Central Committee. You know, even without this dispute, this would be a great turnout for a holiday weekend, so please give yourselves one more hand. The lawsuit is just simply bogged down in litigation. We're in the midst of discovery. That means depositions. They want to depose our guys. We want to depose their guys. There's a cutoff, current cutoff on that of October 4th. And so it's going to be a very busy September for the lawsuit. And deadlines get extended from time to time, so it could continue. But we're on track for trial in February. And that's in large part thanks to your support.
As chairman of the lawsuit committee, I echo what Randy had to say there, but I should also say that there are two parts to this lawsuit. One is what they're doing in the courts, and the second is what we're doing as a party to pay for what they're doing in the courts. And the job the committee really has is to help keep everyone informed as to where we're at, and the fact that we do need to raise the dollars from everyone, and I trust that we can, as things move closer to that trial date, that we can keep you more up to date. Now, I recognize we're in an election year right now, and your focus is as it should be, and that's on getting Republicans elected to office between now and November.
Yeah.
But I want to tell you, after that, our job is to continue on, because I believe that the open primary is the biggest political problem we have here in Colorado, and we're not unique. And furthermore, it doesn't comport with what the Constitution says. It's an unconstitutional law that needs to be proven in the courts, and that'll get done as we get behind it and help. So after the election, we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they're still tallying the vote. We kind of got into the other agenda item, which is fine because there's no voting that's going to happen on this one. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, and we're actually going to get into, I think, the main reason we're here after these voting results are put forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I did want to address an issue that was, or rather a policy that was passed at the State Central Committee, or excuse me, not the State Central Committee, the State Convention and Assembly back in April. There was a policy that was passed by well over 90% of the entire delegation that was there from across the state. I don't, raise your hand if you were there at the State Convention Assembly. So you all recall there was a vote concerning the opt-out. We put forward a policy regarding the opt-out and how we were going to proceed forward. The convention delegates, again, you were there, well over 90% of them, probably even more, voted to adopt a directive, an order, a rule, if you will, having us as a body pass the opt-out. And the reason that it was done that way is because state law requires that any sort of passage of the opt-out be done with the State Central Committee. But state law also grants the authority of the State Convention and the Assembly the ability to direct this committee on how it's to operate. And I have a state law here that I'll read to you concerning that. And this is in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-3-106. And the pertinent part is number 2, but you can look at the whole law online if you will. And I'll quote it here. From the time the State Convention of the party convenes until the time of its final adjournment, the State Convention has all the powers given by subsection 1 of this section to the State Central Committee, but not otherwise. The State Convention of the party may also provide rules that shall govern the State Central Committee in the exercise of the powers conferred upon the committee in subsection of this section. So the State Convention and Assembly delegates directed this body to pass the opt-out. We're not taking that up today. There's probably enough controversy for us to deal with. We can take that up at some other point in time. But I did want to provide that to you because provide this information to you because that was a question that a number of people had at the State Assembly. And since we're meeting here, I wanted to prepare everyone to give you notice that the State Convention delegates, which are the highest authority in the state of Colorado, gave you a directive, and they want the opt-out. And so in the future, we will be having a vote before the end of my term to effectuate that change. And then once we do that, we'll notify the proper authorities about what will occur moving forward as it relates to that opt-out. That's all the update I have. I think I have a question here from our chairman, John Fielding, so I'll go ahead and take it while we're waiting for the
Well, I'm going to make myself unpopular. Let me emphasize, I am speaking personally now. I am not speaking on behalf of the Bylaws Committee. I will respectfully disagree with the chairman. I think that considered as a binding order, that resolution passed at Pueblo is invalid because it violates Colorado election law, specifically section 14702, which gives this body the exclusive power to opt out, which mentions no rule for any assembly in that decision. 13106 is restricted only to certain kinds of controversies. I also would note that statute says absolutely nothing about the assembly being the ultimate power in the party. The controversies that the state assembly has the power to make rules for have nothing to do with opt-out. They have to do with the regularity of county and district parties and with the right of organizations to use the name Republican. I respectfully disagree with the chair. I think that, now, I will add that the members of this committee can consider that resolution as being something other than a binding directive. If we want to consider that as a sense of the sentiment of the delegates, I think that's fine, but it's not a binding directive.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how it's supposed to work. If you have disagreements, we talk to each other face to face. We don't lie about each other, attack each other on social media like we've been seeing as of late. So it looks like they're almost ready to give me a result. So give me 30 seconds and let me see.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. State your name and county, please.
Larry Forkey, Back County. Whether it's binding or not, I think it was clear at the State Assembly that the delegates there representing all Republicans throughout the state demand that we pass an opt-out.
My name is Rex Tompkins, El Paso County. El Paso! Listen, there was an overwhelming vote in Pueblo in our state assembly. I don't understand why people want to continue throwing a wrench in something we already voted on overwhelmingly. Let's get on the same page and move forward with this vision to get Donald Trump elected. We keep throwing these wrenches in. Let's stop. We must have vision for our future. Thank you.
I'm being told they're adding up all the tally. They added them all up. Now they're just putting it into a calculator. So 15 more seconds. I know we're kind of having an open mic time right now. So the chair will entertain any more comments if you wish to share them. If not, Go ahead, Peg. Why not?
Thank you. You may know that Candace Studstream and Linda Good and myself and Michelle Hart worked really hard with a lot of you to try and get 3 good initiatives onto the ballot. We were not able to, but we did bring awareness to the problem that Kent Theory is presenting on our ballot. I will tell you that had anybody with no money tried to get those initiatives onto the ballot, they would have failed because it took 70 or more initial tries at title language before they got it down to 3 or 4 that they were able to choose from. Colorado has a law that you can only do a single subject ballot initiative, and what this one does is it ruins our primaries. You think the open primary is bad? This one removes partisan primaries. It puts every single candidate that can go out and get a petition filled on the same ballot. And then they go through the vote, which is supposedly a primary election, with everybody voting. Why have a general election and a primary election if that's the case? And then the top 4 would go on to a general election. What does that mean in Colorado? It probably means that 4 Democrats will be the only ones you have to choose for any position. I suggest that you vote no and that you tell everybody else to vote no. Look for, shall there be a
all candidate primary.
All candidate primary. Look for those words. All candidate primary. No. No. Okay? No. Practice. No.
Mr. Chairman, Rick Walker, Archuleta County Chair. On behalf of my county and the whole Western Slope, I just want to say congratulations on the birth of your new child.
Mr. Chairman, Westonheimer, Jefferson County, the member actually stole part of the reason I stood up was to say congratulations. But I also just wanted to say I, like many of my fellow members, have known you for many years, and I think that in the face of all this controversy, I think it is not lost on any of us how strong you have been and have held together in this tough time. And I think that us as the Central Committee should recognize that from our chairman and give him a round of applause for his dedicated work for our party. Just going to say that goes for our other officers as well.
Susan Adams, Clearfield County. Did we have a final on the credential? Are we still under a temporary?
Okay, we have some results. I'm going to go ahead and turn. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see you. I apologize.
That's okay.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
Well, I was just wondering, Susan Adams, Clearfield County, wondering if we had a final credential report.
We're working on it right now. We're actually credentialing through the day. We make it a habit not to close credentialing because we want to maximize the ability of people to participate. There are a few people still on the way from distant counties, so we'll have a final credential report a little bit later. So, one more. Go ahead.
Ann Gill, Douglas County. I'm district captain in District 38, which is geographically the largest district in Douglas County. A number of my citizens asked to attend today. I told them they were not BOTUS members, but they specifically requested that I speak on their behalf to congratulate Chairman Williams on his position and standing firm against the opposition.
We have results, and so the chair will recognize Debbie Berry Smith in 1 second. There we go.
Thank you. We had to sign off just to make it official. The yes votes for Amendment 2, 175.49. No votes, 35. So this passes 175.49 to 35. Yes!
Yeah, we're pretty sure that's correct. We're just double checking to make sure everything's proper. Doing the math. We're good. Okay, our parliamentarian gives me the all clear. That amendment passes with 2/3 vote. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're ahead of schedule, way ahead of schedule actually. So that's knock on wood, right? We're going to go ahead and move into the State Central Committee decision regarding controversy number 3. And by the way, we have a designation for all of our controversies. This is the 3rd controversy of the year, if you were curious. So with that, the chair is going to go ahead and recognize Chuck Boniwell for the purposes of explaining the party's position and the decision that the State Executive Committee came to when it rendered its decision. Just so everyone knows, after the explanation is given by the party, we're going to go ahead and... Chuck, if you want to come on stage, you're welcome to. Whatever you want to do. Just so everyone knows, when the state party provides its explanation for the opinion that was rendered, both sides will then be given a chance to present their arguments for and against. And then we'll go into regular debate and decide from there. The chair recognizes Chuck Boniwell.
Thank you. It came before the Executive Committee a controversy. It was argued by all sides, which included Todd Watkins and Nancy Pelosi, and on the other side was Ted Harvey. Who's the fourth? I'm not sure. Ted Harvey and Tim Leonard. We considered all the testimony. Both sides gave their arguments. It was about an hour and a half. In addition to that, special session, executive session, where questions could be asked and answered. We found 4 items. We found that 1, the respondent's petition was invalid. The State Executive Committee determined that the respondent's petition did not comply with requirements of state party bylaws, Article 7. Simply adding a name, typing in a name, is not enough. What is enough? Maybe an email, maybe a call, maybe anything. The petitioners refused to have any verification of their list. It was clear the list was provided by Nancy Pelosi in violation of JEFCO's rules and regulations, and they condemned it and censored her for doing so. So 1, the petitions were invalid. 2, as we've heard, we recommend that we have an amendment to offer verification. It's very hard when you just have a name. You have to have something, anything more than that. And luckily now, thanks to the Rules Committee, we have one of the bylaws. Some method, rather than saying, because Todd Watkins and Nancy Pelosi refused to provide any verification, it appeared is because they didn't actually have the names. Some of the names were of people who were not voting members. Some of the names were duplicates, and I didn't provide any verification and said, you have to do it. Well, that wasn't enough for the executive committee. The committee found that Mr. Watkins had no authority to call a special meeting, and a special meeting notice is invalid. Any potential meeting he holds as a result of the invalid petition is illegal. And of course, we found that that mattered nothing to him. Fourth, cancellation of the July 19th start to the actual special meeting is irrelevant now. So it's clear to at least the majority of the committee that the petition was invalid. The signatures, there were not a quarter to actually have a meeting, and any meeting they filed or subsequent ones based on that petition are void. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, we're going to allow for both sides to prevent their argument. This was an appeal that was brought forward by Nancy Pelosi and Todd Watkins. They will be granted 10 minutes to provide their arguments at this time, and then after they've provided their arguments, Tim Leonard and Ted Harvey will then present their side of it as well. Is Todd Watkins or Nancy Pelosi in the building? Okay, they are not here. Is there anyone that wishes to maybe speak on their behalf that would like to be against this decision?
I'd like to speak on behalf.
Okay, sure, the chair recognizes Rick.
I'll fix that in a minute. On their behalf, I would just like to say, I'm sorry we were wrong.
Seeing that Todd Watkins and Nancy Pelosi are not here, nor does anyone wish to speak on their behalf, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Ted Harvey and Tim Leonard to present their case. So come on up to the stage, guys. And just so you know, your state party ahead of time emailed all parties and let them know of this process before the meeting today, so everyone was given fair notice that they should come and present their case, in case anyone was wondering. Jeremy, I do believe Tim Leonard has some slides he would like to show when, just go ahead and do it when he's ready. Tim, go ahead.
I am Tim Leonard, bonus member from Jefferson County. And Jeremy, if you could, we've got two things I want to show you, and these were reviewed by the State Executive Committee. So we just, Ted and I just want to show you what we showed to them. The first issue is that there's a resolution that was passed by Jefferson County after this petition issue got going. And the Executive Committee of Jefferson County issued this resolution. And the part of this resolution I want you to see is that number 2 that's circled here, and this was on the 13th of June, that it renders all the actions hereforto taken by the Chair Pelosi on this matter null and void, and all the results and or consequences are revoked and retracted, including petitions, surveys, etc. So on this day, these were all retracted. But unfortunately what happened is it seems we don't have any confirmation because this question was not answered in the Executive Committee when asked, where did you get these names? The answer should have been that Nancy Pelosi handed these to Todd Watkins and he handed them in. If you could put up the petition itself. So on June 26, 13 days later, this was submitted. This is a cover letter by Todd Watkins that was requesting a special meeting for the purpose of course, on just one issue, which is voting to remove the chair. But if you could go to the next slide. Now, there are 3 pages of this. This is the petition that was officially submitted. Many of you have not seen this. Only the executive committee and some. So when people say the petition, the signatures, they weren't signatures. They were this. If you'll notice, it does have a title on the first page. It doesn't have any page numbers. I wrote those in. It doesn't have any numbers, 39 there. I had to write that in. If you go to the next slide. This is the next page. This is one problem that I got to see. I don't know who Gregory Martin is from Cheyenne, but his name happened to be on there seemingly twice. The next one, you'll see a Denise Munn. Now, I had said to Jefferson County, gosh, it looks like our current chair and our previous chair has signed this. And Denise wrote me back and said, no, I signed it, but I sent an email to Nancy Pelosi and said, I want my name removed. And I said, well, sorry, Denise, it's not been removed. The official one has it in there. And she said, you're welcome to use my example and show how I withdrew my name, but it didn't get withdrawn. And then the last page, also Ms. Feeder of Jefferson County said the same thing. And I saw the email that said, hey, well, I want my name withdrawn from this, and it wasn't withdrawn. So there's our total. That's what the petition looks like. Now, there's no addresses. There's no signature. There's no dates. There's no Google form verification. There's no email that came in. There is nothing that at all shows why these names were submitted. And when we asked for an affidavit and said, hey, Todd Watkins, just swear that each one of these are, he couldn't because he got the list from Nancy. We said, well, Nancy, swear that you got these names. She couldn't because she wasn't the one that turned them in. She didn't know if the chain of custody was broken going to Todd and any of the other Google forms. So I just wanted to show you that's exactly what the petition looked like, and I thought you were to be courteous enough to you to be able to display that. And when they say the word petition and signatures, all it was this list of names.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you all for being here and taking a day out of your holiday weekend to be here. I was surprised to see so many of you here because all of the emails that I saw said this was going to be an empty room because it was a holiday weekend. So I'm glad that those emails were wrong. But I want to speak to this, and this was really why I wanted to file a complaint, whatever you call it, because any one of us could put together an Excel spreadsheet of people on the Red Book and give that to the chair, and it's not made public. It's just a spreadsheet with names on it that the person that submits it and the chair get to see. Nobody else did. And then he's able to say, I have filed 25% of the Central Committee. Simply for the integrity of this organization, of the party, we can't do it that way. You have to at least show a title to say that I have the emails, I have signatures, I have something to show that these people actually do want their names on them. And when Dave told me about what was going on, I said, well, just ask him to provide a paper trail and provide emails back and forth saying, yes, I want to add my name to that. And when Dave asked Todd to do that, he said, you verify him. That's not appropriate. When you are if you go to the Secretary of State's office and try to file a petition with the Secretary of State, they have you notarize it, they have you give your first child before you can submit the paperwork. And I believe you should have the integrity of the system when you're submitting a petition. So that's really why I wanted to come forward with this, because just look at this. Todd said, yes, we did verify them.
Okay, if you did verify them, did you verify Gregory, whatever his last name is, from Cheyenne? And then did you verify Greg from Cheyenne? Did you verify both of those names? Because they're not both, they're the same person. But he said he verified the names. That's not good enough. And I think that's why the bylaw that we all passed, and thank you for passing that, is important just for the integrity of the party, so that we say, anybody, if you can get 25%, God bless you, go do it. But at least provide us a paper trail that says this is the email exchange, these are the signatures, or yes, I will sign that I have verified all of these and these all came from me. Todd wouldn't do any of that. Todd wouldn't provide any of that. And so that's why Tim and I brought the complaint forward, and the executive committee agreed with us. And Todd didn't agree with that. So Todd appealed it to you all. And that's why we are here today. We're not here today for any other reason except for Todd appealed that decision of the executive committee. And who are the executive committee members? The executive committee members are elected from their peers all across the state of Colorado. They're not all appointed by the chairman. The chairman doesn't get to decide the rulings of that. It is the executive committee from across the state get to have a vote. And that executive committee voted overwhelmingly that Todd's presentation of 25% of signatures was incorrect. And then he appealed it. And this is the proper place to have that hearing. And if Todd is able to articulate why that's appropriate, then he should be here today. But he is not, because he knows that he doesn't get 50% of those in attendance today to agree with him. So he put together a fraudulent meeting last week, and they did not vote on this one issue. He appealed it. We have it in writing, an appeal from Todd saying, I appeal the ruling of the executive committee. And they did not vote on that last week to say that we agree with Todd. So we are the authority on that appeal, whether Todd's here or not. This body is the authority on this appeal. And if you all agree that Todd is right, great. That's the bylaws, that's the process, that's how it works. Though I think I'm right, Tim's right, and I think the executive committee is right, and I ask for your vote in support of the executive committee. But if you don't agree with us, great. Vote your conscience, and then let's have a vote and try to get 2/3 of the committee to remove Dave. Because that's what the petition was, to remove Dave, not to remove the other 3 officers. But for Todd Watkins to come forward and say, you guys verify it, I'm not going to verify it, screw that. So everything that happened last week was a complete charade. It was a pep rally. It was a pep rally of those people who want open primaries. Look at every single person that was there, almost every one of them, and it was a recorded vote last year, voted for open primaries in this room. And they were all there last week, trying to remove Dave because he's fighting for open primaries. And I disagree, honestly, with some of the things that this body approved, saying that we should get involved in some of the primaries. I disagree with that. But this body did it. This body directed Dave to do that, and Dave did that. He works for you all, and you told him to do it. So if they want to file a petition to remove people, they should file a petition to remove all of you. Because you told Dave what to do and he did it. And so they want to remove him because he did what you guys told him to do. That pep rally was great last week, but it wasn't legal. And they didn't even vote on this issue to make it legal, if they wanted to be legal, which they are. So you guys, I ask for a no vote on Todd's appeal. Because we can't have this for the integrity of the party. We have to have a chain of title to say these are the people that actually signed the petition. And that's all we're asking for. Thank you all. God bless you for being here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have an updated credentials report that we want to get in on the record here. We have a slightly corrected number. 17. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the chair recognizes Tom Bjorkman for the purposes of a updated credentials report.
Okay, members of the Central Committee, we currently have 60 proxies, and when we factor in the fractional votes, that is 56.32 votes. And we have members present is 150, which is includes the quorum. We had one member that left and turned in a proxy, so the proxy went up, but the quorum still stands because the member was here when we quorumed in. So in other words, we have 149 members who are present to vote, with 150 being the quorum because he was here to create the quorum. The total number of votes for that is 144.66 votes, so that includes the fractional votes. Oh, yeah, the total would be, for the quorum, would be 210. 685. Oh, can't see 10. Oh, for the total votes. Gotcha. Yeah, it'd be 200.98. 200.98. So it's 56.32 votes in proxies, 144.66 present voting, for a total vote of 200.98. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and...
Mr. Chairman.
Let me say this part first, and then there's some things we're going to have to go over real quick. We want to adopt what was just reported, so we're going to go ahead and do that first. I'll make that motion. Sorry, there's a few things we need to get done here in a specific order. All right, so we'll go ahead and get this motion out of the way. So the chairman of the credentials report offered an updated credentials report, and now we're going to go ahead and move for its adoption. Is there any debate? Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, Westheimer, Jefferson County. Originally, when we came in the first credentials report, we had 150 present with 67 proxies for a total of 207 voting members present. Or sorry, 217 voting members present. Pardon me, this is my mother's math. Sorry. So, all right. Now, our updated credentials report, we have a total of 150 present with 56.32 with including fractional votes as proxies, for the total of now 106.3 or 206.32. Can we get an explanation for the decrease in membership?
Yeah, there were duplicate scans that our treasurer was able to find in the system, and we removed the superfluous scans, which lowered the number, and then corrected it to what it is now. Now, after we get past this, we're going to go back to some other business that we need to go back to. But with that, that's your explanation. There were some duplicate scans. So when they scanned you in, they scanned you twice.
Thank you, folks.
So.
I do not have a question regarding the...
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to rise to offer a point of clarification for the body on the work of our Credentials Committee. I want to make it very clear that this Credentials Committee took the time to go through and actually review every proxy that was submitted to ensure that the proxies are valid and correct. So thank you to our Credentials Committee for doing that.
I want to make it clear, as I understand it's a point of order, that in order to have a quorum, you have to have 1/3 of the membership present. And what is that number, and how many do we have present?
We believe that number is 138, and that's based off of the total number of 412.93 eligible voters. And right now, physical members present are 150 with 61 proxies.
So we have a quorum.
We have a quorum.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, it might be worthwhile to point out that under our bylaws, once a quorum has been established, the departure of members does not cause that quorum to go away.
Correct. And again, the reason why the number was lowered is because our Credentials Committee discovered the duplicates and they were removed, and that's why it was lowered.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
A question of clarification, if I may.
Yeah.
Is there currently a motion on the floor with respect to the Watkins-Pelosi appeal?
There is, but before we get into the voting, we wanted to make sure that credentialing was accurate.
If I may ask, what is that motion?
Yes, the motion is to shall the executive committee's decision stand?
Thank you.
Before we get into that, we should adopt the credentials report so we have an accurate number to base these counts on. Okay, so all in favor of adopting the updated credentials report, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and our updated credentials report is passed. Okay, we're going to get back into this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an amendment to the State Executive Committee's decision at the advice of our counsel. As you may have heard, we are locked in litigation with Todd Watkins and those working in concert with him. And so if, Jeremy, if you could put that up, I'll go ahead and read this amendment. This would be in addition to the decision. It would go at the very bottom. And as it's, he's looking for it, but I'll go ahead and read it to everyone here. And again, this was something that was advised by our counsel so that we can properly protect the interests of the state party as we deal with the current conflict at hand. So the amendment that I move to add the following paragraph to the Executive Committee's determination. And this is, as it reads, the Colorado Republican State Central Committee hereby reaffirms that any meetings organized or held by Todd Watkins et al. To include August 24th, 2024, as well as any and all actions taken at said meetings are invalid and have no effect. Furthermore, the use and stewardship of the state party name along with its assets is exclusively vested with Chairman Dave Williams, in accordance with state party bylaws and Colorado Revised Statutes 1-3-108. Lastly, the Colorado Republican State Central Committee indemnifies the actions taken by the state party officers Dave Williams, Hope Sheppelman, and Anna Ferguson, and state party staff for their actions taken within their official capacities, and acknowledges the duty to defend them against the frivolous and litigious attacks from Todd Watkins, editor. Wait a second. We're trying to pull it up. Do you got it? It would be Amendment 1 to CS decision. I got a copy here. We're pulling it up, but as we're pulling it up, we'll go ahead and do debate. Mr. Field. No, that's not it.
Simply a question of clarification, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, does it require a simple majority or does it require something higher?
Simple majority.
Thank you.
Is there any debate? And they're going to get it up. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ted Harvey from Douglas County. I'm wondering if we should add an amendment to your amendment that says that the National Congressional Campaign Committee has no say in who is the chair or vice chair of the state of Colorado as well. I really don't care what a 25-year-old press secretary from the SCC has to say about who is the chair and who is not the chair. We in this body get to determine that, and they work for us, not the other way around.
Mr. Harvey, would you mind writing that down? I assume you moved it?
They work for us, not
Sure. Okay, we have an amendment to the amendment. It's going to be written down, but as I understand it, Senator Harvey is asking to amend this amendment so that it declaratively states that the National Republican Congressional Committee has no authority in this matter.
Chairman Williams?
Yes.
I have a point of clarification. I promise I'm not in opposition to this, just because my microphone's closed. But point of clarification, who made the original motion to adopt the decision of the State Executive Committee and overturn the appeal?
Well, theoretically, that should have been Chuck Bonnewell. Or excuse me, you mean to overturn?
Accept the decision of the State Executive Committee and overturn the appeal of Todd Watkins.
That should have been done when Mr. Bonnewell gave his presentation, but just to be clear that we're doing it correctly, we can have Mr. Bonnewell come up and say, I move.
I was going to say, extra good, he can move it and I'll second it, because I can't believe it. These darn chairs are a pain in the neck.
Chairs. I hereby move that the decision of the Executive Committee be affirmed by the State Central Committee, as well as any additional amendments approved by this body.
Cody LeBlanc from Weld County as a bonus member. I second that motion.
Okay. And just to make sure we're doing this properly, I move Amendment 1 to the SCC decision. And then, Mr. Harvey, just go ahead and shout it out that you move your amendment. You don't have to say it, just you move it, and you'll give it to me in writing.
I move the Harvey amendment to the chairman's amendment that says that the National Republican Congressional Committee does not have any authority in determining who the Colorado Republican chair will be for is.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Okay.
Second.
Now we got, that's Ted Harvey, seconded by Laurel. Or whoever.
Seconded by Laurel Leimer, Jefferson County bonus member.
Now, debate is on the amendment to the amendment. Ms. Eimer, it looks like you're up.
Well, possibly a point of clarification on Mr. Harvey's amendment. Should we include language in that to include the executive committee as well as the state central committee not being held liable, just like the officers, because with this lawfare going on, as city, I represent the executive committee, I don't want them coming after me for our decision as well.
They wouldn't be able, we can do that, but they wouldn't be able to, I mean, I suppose if they wanted to sue 414 people, they could, but I don't think they've gone that crazy, so.
Well, delusion is real.
Well,
so do we need to vote on that, or can we make an amendment to the amendment before, or Mr. Harvey, would you amend your amendment?
this is what
I don't know.
Parliamentary procedure, let's vote on Harvey amendment first,
Got it.
and then we can revisit that if you so desire.
Stephen Allen, bonus member. That was my question, basically. We are going to vote on the amendment before we vote on the appeal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Yes.
Kevin Lundberg, Larimer County, kind of reminds me of a political battle I had with then State Representative Ted Harvey back in 2003. But I do have a question about the Harvey Amendment. And I actually would like Randy Corcoran, if he could give some response from the RNC perspective as to whether or not the national level of the Republican Party does or does not have a say in how state party policies are conducted. And so I'm not trying to, okay, Ted, now I'm trying to beat you. But I would like to know that, because I think this is an important principle one way or the other. And I'm actually not opposing the amendment, but I am wanting us to understand that this is not just a little footnote. This is an actual statement of policy on the sovereignty of the state party as opposed to the national.
So,
Mr. Chair, can I
well, one second. I'll go ahead and answer. And if Randy, if you want to answer, you can.
Mr. Chair, he's not speaking to the amendment. I would like to respond to the amendment that I'm offering. He's not speaking to the amendment.
Go ahead.
The amendment is the National Republican Congressional Committee. That's not the RNC. The RNC is a totally different entity than the National Republican Congressional Committee. And I'm talking about the RNCC, whose 25-year-old press secretary sent out a press release within minutes of the prep rally on the 24th and said that the NRCC would be recognizing Eli Bremer as the chair. They have no authority. I mean, they can recognize whoever they want, but they don't get to, they can do business with whoever they want, but they have no authority whatsoever to determine who the Republican State Central Committee is saying who is the chair of our body. They have no say in that, and that's why this amendment is important.
So, as the chair understands, you have a point of information. I'll go ahead and answer you nonetheless. With our discussions with the Republican National Committee thus far, the process, if you could call it a process, is not as clear-cut as our controversy process that we're dealing with right now. The Republican National Committee does not necessarily have jurisdiction to determine who your chairman is, but they do have jurisdiction to determine who their member is, if that makes sense. There's 168 members of the Republican National Committee. That's comprised of state chairs and national committee men and national committee women. That accounts to 168. They have a committee on contests, which is empowered to decide who should be a part of the 168. They, however, do not have jurisdiction to tell you who you think the chair should be. Now, that is a distinction worth noting. Politically, can any chairman operate under that sort of difference? If the RNC says you're not a member, but you guys say I'm the chairman, can that chairman actually function? Probably not, but that's, to my understanding, how the process works. They will determine who their member is on the 168 level. You all will determine who your chairman is at your level, and then hopefully there's no conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the clarification, and I do believe that we are on the amendment. For clarification for myself, maybe the rest of the body understood clearly. I certainly did not. And with that, I'll support the amendment.
Sure, of course. We'll go, Mr. Chavez, go ahead.
Hugo Chavez Ray, Denver County bonus member. Just as a clarification, my understanding, and a lot of people that I've spoken to also understood that the court here in Arapahoe County stated that they had no jurisdiction over party matters and that it needed to be settled within the party. And so I'm confused as to how they're able to declare a new board and then file a lawsuit against you and the other officers.
The chairman is unable to explain the inconsistencies of Todd Watkins and those he's working with.
Fair enough.
Jonathan Ambler from Pueblo County.
Louder.
Go ahead.
In the mic. Sorry, I'll get closer. Jonathan Ambler from Pueblo County. I speak in opposition to this amendment, to the amendment, in that the NRCC is irrelevant in regard to the amendment, and by mentioning them in this amendment gives them relevance. And I question, are we going to list all irrelevant organizations in regard to this? I don't feel that they deserve recognition. They certainly have no authority in this position. I believe that the amendment gives them more attention than they deserve.
Vicki Tompkins, El Paso County. I have a question. Yep. So I see that Todd Watkins' name is on there, but there are others in his crew. Are they going to be listed as well? Or do they need to be listed?
We don't believe they need to because it says et al.
Okay.
Meaning all involved.
I'm not a lawyer, so I just wanted clarification.
Lori Sane, remnant of Weld County, and please pray for Weld County. Turban darkness is overcoming. I might be out of order, Mr. Chair, but I might suggest that censure is in order for the National Republican Congressional Committee. I've looked up their mission online, and it says their mission is to help elect Republicans to the United States House of Representatives. By joining in this controversy and acknowledging a gentleman who identifies as the chair of the Colorado GOP, they have indeed hurt those candidates' chances of winning their elections to the U.S. Congress. So with a censure being in order for that organization, yes, I do believe it is important to acknowledge them, because that is what they are using to legitimize themselves, and it has been extremely harmful. Yadira Caraveo is laughing her way to the bank right now.
If the body wishes to add in a censure, what the chair recommends is we get through this amendment to the amendment and even the amendment itself, and then if anyone wants to propose a censure amendment to be added, then we can go forward on that. The chair suggests that we get through this part first. It doesn't sound like there's any further debate on the amendment to the amendment. This is the Harvey amendment to the amendment number 1 that I offered. And it's been committed to writing, and he'll turn it in, but it's, did he turn it in? I want to read it so we have it on the record. Mr. Harvey, do you have your written amendment for me? Okay, I'm going to read this, and you tell me if it's okay. Okay. The amendment is that the National Republican Congressional Committee does not have the authority to determine the Colorado Republican state chairman.
Or its officers.
Or its officers, okay.
But I would add one other thing. The National Republican Congressional Committee et al.
Okay. Et al. Yeah, to encompass everyone, sure. Sure. Okay, is there any?
Mr. Chairman, John Fielding, Douglas County. I respectfully move to close debate on the Harvey Amendment and move the previous question.
Second.
Okay. So, Mr. Fielding?
Yes.
If no one's going to debate on this anymore, I'd rather not do another motion. So if there's no other debate, we'll just go.
As far as I'm concerned, if we can proceed directly to a vote,
Okay.
I'm just concerned about the parliamentary formalities, about whether or not, if it's all right with the parliamentarian, I'll be happy to withdraw the motion. But if we can just proceed directly to a vote.
We will, because I don't think debate is occurring anymore. So we'll withdraw that previous question. We'll just get into voting. So the motion is on the Harvey Amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The Harvey Amendment is adopted. 2-1. Okay. The next motion we have to deal with is the actual amendment that includes the Harvey Amendment now. Do we have any discussion? Looks like we have some discussion here. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I rise for my fellow member from Jefferson County. She will get up again to get over here. I would like to move to amend your amendment to state after Anna Ferguson, strike and, do comma, state party staff and the CRC executive committee, and then continue as is.
So you wish to add in the state executive committee?
Correct.
To that, okay. And did you commit it to writing?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and turn it in, and we'll. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Discussion on the Eimer amendment. Okay, I'm not seeing any discussion on the Eimer amendment. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote then. All in favor of adopting the Eimer amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The amendment is passed. Okay, now we're back to the underlying amendment. Chair recognizes Lori's name.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to censor the the National Republican Congressional Committee for their acts legitimizing an illegitimate chairman and meeting.
Lori, can you commit that to writing? Okay, hold on one second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do one quick motion here because the chair and the parliamentarian are not sure that the same amendment is germane to the discussion. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put it to the body. You can decide if it's germane to what we're discussing here today. Is there any discussion on the same amendment being germane to this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ted Harvey, Douglas County. I was going to come up and say the same thing. Though I love the spirit of Representative Saint's amendment, I don't think it's germane to this amendment. And, I would ask for no vote.
Joe Poulston, Jefferson County, and I'm on the wrong mic. I would like to say that I'm not sure exactly that this body has the ability to censor. since we did have a censure issue here in Jefferson County, I don't think that we have the logistics to be able to censor a committee that we have no authority over, and would like to have a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, what we're discussing now is whether or not the same amendment is germane. And since the chair and the parliamentarian are unsure of that, we've asked the body to decide. We have one more discussion here. Go ahead.
I am 100% behind the same amendment, the same censure. It's just not an amendment to this amendment. I'm 100% for, and I would ask Lori to withdraw it and then bring it up after talking about this amendment, because I think it's important to have, and have it as a separate item that she brings up, and we have the censure.
I'll go ahead and agree to withdraw, and again, it's censure, not censor, so it's censure.
That's been withdrawn. So we're back to the underlying amendment that has the Harvey and Eimer amendments that were passed on to. Okay, so Amendment 1, as amended by the Harvey and Eimer amendments, that is what we're discussing. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Fred Clifford, Jefferson County bonus member. Just wanted to give a little perspective and background. I was at the meeting last week. I objected to changing the interpretation of the 6% threshold, and I am told by Mr. Leonard that we still don't have that threshold today, so we couldn't do that if we wanted to. And there was a lot of confusion going into that meeting. I was not going to go because I wasn't even sure if it was a legitimate meeting. I had somebody call me and said, "Would you take my proxy?" I said, "No, I'm not going." So then I had a second person call me and say, "Would you take my proxy?" I said, "Convince me." So I decided to go, contacted the first person, so I had 2 proxies. And like I said, I spoke against changing the interpretation. The person that spoke before me got a huge applause. I got crickets. So, and I was told earlier this week that one person applauded, but I didn't hear that. So that's been another thing. At that meeting, there were a lot of disparaging remarks, and I'll mention one of them. Somebody said that Hope is the worst person I've ever known in my life. So I would definitely classify that as a disparaging remark. So thanks for your time. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not necessarily, John Fielding, Douglas County, I'm not necessarily in opposition to this, but I do have a question for the officers and the chairman. We have, or actually and the treasurer, to some extent this reminds me of my law school class and agency and partnership. And Dean Sell of the University of Pittsburgh Law School said, "Always remember your guarantee is no better than your guarantor. And the guarantee of an insolvent or a bankrupt is worthless." And so if we're undertaking to indemnify the actions of various people, my question is, do we have the money to do we as an organization have the money to back up that undertaking? Because if we don't, then all the debate about indemnifications and that sort of thing is academic. Thank you.
Yes, the state party has sufficient funds to engage in the current litigation that is before us. But to be perfectly clear, what Todd Watkins and everyone working in concert with him, it is draining. It is draining on us and preventing us from fully focusing on candidates. But since we are entangled in this litigation, we do have to defend the party and its position, and that's the purpose of this. But there are sufficient cash reserves to do this, and if we don't, then the jeopardy is that your party will be stolen right from under your nose.
Greg Lopez, Elbert County. Point of clarification. One of the things that I think it's very important for us to always remember, transparency and single subject. So my understanding was that the question on the floor was to determine whether the appeal was going to be accepted or not from this body, and take into advisement the decision of the executive committee. And I just heard that maybe there should be a different motion for additional issues. But out of full transparency, I see this language, but I'm not seeing a letter from the attorney giving us recommendation that this should be presented to the body. So if we are in litigation and the attorney is recommending this amendment, I, for one, would like to see the letter of the attorney suggesting this so that we know clearly as we're voting that we're looking at it from a legal standpoint and no longer looking at it from the standpoint of, do we support the decision of the executive committee?
Well, to answer the question, attorney, we frequently speak with our attorneys over the phone or in person, and this was the verbal recommendation that was given. I can have our attorneys committed to writing, but I don't have that on me at the moment. So I don't know how else to address that, Congressman, but that's just kind of where we're at. Is there any further discussion on the underlying amendment? Seeing none. All in favor of adopting the amended amendment to include Harvey and Eimer's amendments, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted to the decision. Okay, one more vote to take. We need to vote on upholding the decision as amended, upholding the state executive's decision on controversy number 3 as amended. A yes vote would say that you're upholding it. A no vote would say that you wish to overturn it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a standing. One second. Let me ask our parliamentarians. I want to make sure, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to go to court, so I want to make sure that we document this as properly as possible.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification.
Yes.
Todd Watkins in the second line says Walkins instead of Watkins.
Yeah, we'll fix it. Grammar errors will be corrected. So the chair, without objection, any grammatical and spelling errors in these amendments will be corrected. Seeing none, they'll be corrected. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna play it safe here because we probably should. We're going to get our teller committee in place, and we're going to do a standing counted vote so we have actual numbers to demonstrate to the outside world.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, Stephen Allen, Douglas County. Are we going to actually have a discussion before the vote?
What's that?
Are we going to have a discussion before the vote?
Oh, you know what? That's true. I apologize. I didn't see anyone down here. Yes, discussion for upholding the decision of the State Executive Committee as amended, we can do that now. So, please.
Mr. Chairman, Stephen Allen, Douglas County bonus member and chairman of the 23rd Judicial District Republican Central Committee and former chairman of the Douglas County Republicans. I entreat this body to deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the Executive Committee in its entirety. There are certain facts that stand out that compel this decision. First, it was not unreasonable for the state party to require that the signatures on the petition be verified, especially under the circumstances of this case. after the Jefferson County Chair was censured by her own executive committee, she had no legal right to retain the list or appear to use it as a basis for a petition to the call for a special meeting of the SCC. Even though she filed an appeal, she has chosen not to come before this body and to defend her actions. Second, the petitioners showed their hand by scheduling an illegal meeting to remove the state party's duly elected officers before this body could even hear the appeal. And during the illegal meeting, they changed the rules to get the outcome they wanted. In a June press release calling for the state chair's resignation, they publicly acknowledged that 60% of the 400 plus voting members of the SCC must vote in favor of removal. However, at their illegal meeting, they did not even have a simple majority present in person or by proxy. They certainly did not have the numbers needed for a valid vote for removal. It is clear the petitioners have no interest in following our bylaws. I will not speculate about their motives, but their actions over the past 3 months have been very destructive at the time when we should all be working together to get our Republican candidates elected in November. As the governing body of this party, we should not countenance this lawless behavior. If we take any action other than affirm the decision of the executive committee, we are encouraging more rogue action from minority factions within this party. We need to put this divisive chapter behind us and move forward with the legitimate work of the party. I respectfully request that this party deny the appeal and affirm the decision of the executive committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a point of clarification. I support denying the Watkins appeal, but my question is, in the event that we deny the Watkins appeal, what is going to happen with the continuation of the meeting from July 19th and the vote to oust officers here?
So, ladies and gentlemen, just to clarify what happened on July 19th, the executive committee only recommended that we cancel the July 19th meeting. Out of an abundance of caution, your party officers decided to proceed forward and did not cancel that meeting. And Vice Chairwoman Sheppelman showed up, and there were only a few people that showed up. And as a result, quorum was not present, and so they fixed the time to adjourn for today. And so that is a continuation of the meeting starting on July 19th. If the decision is upheld, then there technically is no need for a removal vote. However, your state party officers, as you can imagine, are extremely tired and want resolution on this particular issue. So we will be voluntarily asking for you to vote on removal so that we can show the entire Central Committee where the Central Committee stands.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ted Harvey, Douglas County bonus member. I want to speak real quick to some of the process that happened last week when they took the votes and they had all of these people there. I don't believe that they did it legally, one, for multiple reasons, but the main reason was the proxies that they had were dated for the first date that they wanted to have their meeting. They weren't proxies that were dated for the meeting for the 24th. Our bylaws specifically say that the proxies have to be for that meeting, but they also, too, they didn't count fractional votes, to my understanding. And I don't want that to be a question in this meeting. So if you are standing up with one of your yellow pieces of paper that has proxy, you have to say if you have a fractional vote. Do not vote one for you and one with the proxy, because that's not a legal vote. You have to vote one with you and one with a proxy and say what your fraction is, so that if there is a complaint, that can be one of the issues that they're going to complain about. Please make sure that you know, and it's known to the counters, what percentage of your vote is. Is it a full vote or a fractional vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions just for clarification. The first question is related to the question that is being framed here and what is what side. So are we voting, I apologize, I'm sure you've said this multiple times, but from my own understanding, are we voting in favor, if you understand?
Yes, I do understand. By the way, this is Representative Stephanie Luck. 60? That's from 60? For the record. Ladies and gentlemen, the vote is to uphold the decision of the State Executive Committee as amended today. And a yes vote would uphold it, a no vote would overturn it and grant Watkins his appeal. So yes upholds it, no overturns it. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for not introducing myself. My second question is as it relates to that July 19th meeting. So had those actors in question attended that July 19th meeting in the same force that they had attended last week's meeting and thereby instituted a quorum and dealt with these issues there, then that would have been deemed legitimate. So they did have an opportunity at that time to attend in that way. Is that a proper understanding of what was provided to them on July 19th?
That is, if everyone, hopefully you're checking your emails, if you recall, our state party parliamentarian Gregory Carlson, as well as the Republican National Committee's parliamentarian Al Gage, did a deep dive on this particular issue, and that question did come up. The proper way to have dealt with any objections that Watkins or anyone else working in concert with them had would have been to show up to the July 19th start of the meeting and establish a quorum, and at that point they can vote on business and do whatever they wanted. When we put the call out, what we put out was a plan. And that plan was always predicated on whether or not the Central Committee wanted to go along with it. Through the Central Committee's absence and lack of a quorum, the only options that were available were to either adjourn the meeting entirely, which would have resolved the issue and maybe the officers would have appreciated that more, or to fix the time to which to adjourn, which would be which was done for today. And there's a few other privilege motions, but those are the two main ones that were considered. Since since Watkins and the people working with him did not show up on July 19th, they are effectively bound by the decision of those who were there and voted to have the meeting today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So then I guess just one statement as relates to this, which probably should require me to be on that side, but since we're in this conversation now, it makes most sense to stay here. Our founding principles are predicated under the notion that just governance is derived by this consent of the governed, as we hear Representative DeGraff say from the Will so often. And so it is my understanding, in light of what you're saying, that consent was given, that this was the legitimate and rightful meeting by all parties of the Central Committee for their failure in actually participating in that July 19th meeting. Thank you.
Joan Poston, bonus member from Jefferson County, and I want to put something in the record because this caused me some sadness. An email that was sent out to get the petition signed ended up on one of my new PC's emails, and she was asked to sign even though she wasn't an SCC member and had no jurisdiction. And she was so excited, she called me up. I signed, I'm so excited, I'm standing. And I had to explain, A, she didn't have jurisdiction, and B, this wasn't legitimate. It was just a very sad thing because not only are we hurting our candidates by this kind of thing, we are hurting people who want to be a part of this party. Yes. So I will stand and be a yes, and please understand that what we had to do to get her name off that petition and how I had to explain. And right now, I'm actually texting her because she couldn't come today, what kinds of things are happening here. So thank you, and please vote yes.
So we only have time for one more comment as debate time is exceeded. So we'll go ahead and end with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Calvin Downs, Douglas County Central Committee member, as well as District Captain in District 2. I rise in support of the Executive Committee's decision for two simple reasons. Number one, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to get on this, become a member of this committee when we had an opening and we had a vote on it in our own Executive Committee, is to declare my unequivocal support for Dave Williams and his officer team. This team of officers was duly elected, and they have followed through on doing the things they said they were going to do when they got elected. They have followed through on doing what we've asked them to do. And their thanks for that has been to have a cabal, an illegal meeting established to try to remove them. As I can tell from what Tim Leonard shared, less than 113 people actually called for this, which is very close to only 25%, if that is even who it is. But they're not even here then for us as a group, as a committee of 420-something people, whatever the exact number is, to actually make this decision together. I find that incomprehensible as a team, as a Republican team. The larger issue, and the second reason I rise, is that our conservative principles are at stake in what is being determined here today, including what Dave just requested for us to reaffirm them as our party leadership. They are the conservatives they have said they would be and have promised to be, and they've stood for conservative values and conservative principles, and that's why I urge support for the Executive Committee decision.
I'm sorry, debate time has expired.
No debate, just point of clarification.
Okay, what's your point?
Linda Zamora Wilson, El Paso bonus member. Just because in the crowd here, we're kind of getting confused as to what exactly we are voting for, because we heard the Watkins.
Yes,
I didn't quite hear a vote on.
I'll explain what we're voting on.
Thank you.
You bet. So the Executive Committee's decision in the controversy that was originally filed by Tim Leonard and Ted Harvey against Todd Watkins and Nancy Pelosi concerning his special meeting request. That's what we're voting on. That decision was sent out to this body on numerous occasions, and it was amended today to include this amendment that I initially offered, along with the Harvey and the Eimer amendment. So what we're doing is we're not only reaffirming if you decide to uphold the decision, but we're also adding this amendment that reaffirms that any meetings organized by Todd Watkins are invalid, any actions that occurred from those meetings are invalid, that the use of the state party name and its assets are still vested within the proper chairman, myself, and that you're indemnifying and you have a duty to defend not only the state party officers, as well as state party staff, and now with the Eimer Amendment, the Executive Committee. That's what we're voting on. That's what's been included. So a yes vote upholds the decision as amended. A no vote overturns it and grants Watkins his appeal. The chair just realized that we don't actually need a standing counted vote because this is a simple majority vote. So I think we can all figure that out just by looking at each other as we stand up. So I'm going to take a standing vote. We're not going to count it though. So all in favor of upholding the decision as amended, please rise. All opposed and wishing to grant Todd Watkins his appeal and overturn of the decision, please rise. Okay, it actually seems unanimous here. The state executive decision in controversy 003 as amended is upheld. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a guest speaker here, Justin Everett. I'm going to recognize him. But the chair is recognizing that we're actually ahead of schedule, but we're also about to hit lunchtime. As I previously stated to all of you, all your state party officers would like to voluntarily stand for a removal vote so that we can hopefully put this matter to rest. So I'm going to pose the question to you. Would you like to do lunch first, or would you like to do the removal vote first? Because if we do the removal vote, let me explain. If we do the removal vote before lunch, all of you can simply leave, because that was the last part of it.
Exactly.
If we wait until after lunch, oh, it looks like is lunch not even here yet?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to.
Okay, well, never mind then. We're going to have to wait. Well, maybe we should do the removal vote just so that we have time.
Mr. Chairman, so
yes.
yeah, the firehouse is here, the Chick-fil-A will be here close to 1. So that's the timeline.
Anyway, so yes, I proceed as a recommendation.
Well, let me ask the body what you prefer to do. We'll have Justin Everett go ahead and provide a brief presentation or speech. But would this body like to have the removal vote before lunch? Is the question. Okay. The chairman is not in doubt. Before we get to that, I want to recognize Justin Everett. Did a lot of great work as the state director for the Trump campaign.
How's everybody doing today? So I got to ask is why I look so scruffy. So does anyone know who Bob Ross is? Anyone? So I'm going to go as Bob Ross for Halloween. Those of you that don't do Halloween, I apologize, but it's going to take me it's already been a month since my birthday, August 5th, the last time I shaved. And I also have curly hair, I don't know if you noticed that, so I'm growing it all out. So for those of you that don't know, Bob Ross, and this is actually relevant, we're getting to a point here. Bob Ross is the guy on public television that painted the happy little trees. Happy little trees, happy little trees. Now it's great, on October 31st, I'm going to be dressed as Bob Ross. It's going to be a great costume, and I'll be painting happy little trees. But the better thing about being dressed as Bob Ross is November 5th, when I'll be painting happy little victories for Republicans. You guys on board with that? And I think that starts at the top, and that's electing Donald J. Trump as our next president. You guys are on board with that? I didn't hear you guys. Are you really on board with that? So initially I was here to kind of weigh in on all the brouhaha and where the RNC and the Trump campaign is on all this fun stuff. I'm looking at the vote so far. I don't know if that's completely necessary. And I was also asked about what I was going to talk about up here specifically, which anyone who knows me, I don't know what I'm going to talk about until I get to the microphone. But I just said I'm going to tell the truth. And I think that's what we really need here in this party is the truth. Do you guys want to hear the truth? Okay. So, myth number 1. The Trump campaign has abandoned Colorado. Total baloney. If you've not signed up for Trump Force 47 yet, sign up. We're doing it differently this time. And I can talk about this because only 2 people in this room, I think Marty Nielsen, are you here? Okay, where is he? So there's only 2 people that heard this speech at the RNC this year. But there's, Randy, 200 people plus in the room on the platform committee? So I think we can let it out. Because the Trump campaign is very secretive about strategy, and they're very secretive about, for good reason, because the press is going to blow everything out of proportion, but they're very secret about strategy, about why we do things, and things like that. But You know, my boss, James Blair, who's political director for President Trump, was pretty candid about Trump Force 47, the 2020 election, and what our model is to win. Because at the end of the day, the only thing we care about in November is President Trump getting elected for the second or third time. Depending on where you fall on that. If there's anybody from the press, I'm sure that'll be the quote of the paper tomorrow. So what they did, and this is, I was surprised at how candid James Blair specifically was. Chris LaCivita addressed the committee as well. If you don't know who those guys are, you might want to kind of look them up. Google or DuckDuckGo, or whatever privacy thing you like to use on searching these things. But he talked about the 2020 election, so he addressed a couple issues. He addressed yard signs. Everybody loves those yard signs. And he addressed 2020 in the sense of the financial situation of the Trump campaign in 2020. He actually is very candid. We spent a lot of money on yard signs. Now, I know everybody likes yard signs, and it makes you feel good by showing your colors in your front yard. You think it moves votes because it tells your neighbors that it's okay to vote for President Trump. Well, if you're a PC or a DC or in leadership in the Republican Party, you should be talking to your neighbors. A yard sign is not sufficient to tell them it's okay. It's your job, literally in your job description, to go talk to your neighbors and tell them it's okay to vote for President Trump and make sure that they do it. But yard signs are expensive. They don't move votes. The amount that we spent on yard signs in 2020 was equal to the amount they felt they needed in media buys in late October and November to actually still win the election in 2020 when they did their drill down after 2020. And I can tell you unequivocally, the Trump campaign is only spending money on things that move votes to win. Because at the end of the day, moral victories and having your yard sign in your yard is nothing compared to saving this country and making America great again. Am I wrong? I know. Well, that's more applause than I normally get when I talk about yard signs. Normally I see the pitchforks and torches, and the tar and feather comes out. It's like, how dare you tell me I don't get my yard sign? Number two is the Trump Force 47 model is different. So what campaigns have traditionally done is spend a lot of money on overhead. So you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on staff, having physical offices and things like that. Now, after COVID, that we have a more dynamic model of where we can be centralized in Florida, which is actually where the campaign headquarters are, and use Trump Force 47 and utilize our current party structure, doing your job as a party officer to make sure you get out the vote, make sure you do the phone calls. That's why we have Trump Force 47. Now, in regards to Colorado, I can tell you unequivocally, not all states have access to Trump Force 47. So we are actually special. The reason why we have Trump Force 47 is because of Chairman Dave Williams. So dispel that myth that the Trump campaign, the RNC, is abandoning Colorado because Dave is such a horrible person or whatever the narrative out there is completely false. 100% false. The Trump campaign is fully invested in Colorado. It's just a different model. But we need you guys to get signed up. In fact, there's going to be an email, right, Dave? Because you're kind of busy with baby stuff and whatever we're doing here today and last week. But we've had really low sign-ups for the training you need for Trump Force 47. So if you've not signed up for Trump Force 47, sign up today. Check your spam, because I've noticed most things addressed from the Donald J. Trump or Team Trump or the 4 other emails that we use have been going to spam, or they're getting blocked by your ISP. But if you go to Trump Force 47, make sure you sign up, and the email that Dave's going to be sending out is going to bring you to a landing page to where you can sign up for the trainings. I think the trainings go through September 10th, because we're going to be past Labor Day, and this is where the rubber meets the road for us to get out of the vote, do our job as a party to make sure that we get our Republican candidates elected, and especially President Trump, and that's where I'm coming from. So, has Trump abandoned Colorado because of? Absolutely not. We're just doing it differently to make sure we have the money to spend where we need to spend it to move votes when we need to move votes to win this election. And again, I want to win this election for President Trump. Do you want to win this election for President Trump? All right, natural committed. Want to hear you guys are slacking off and not knocking on doors or, making phone calls? Well, I'm going to know. I know who's here. I have a good memory. The great thing about Trump Force 47, there's a part of it called Trump Talk, which is where you really need to do training on. They actually have your ability by the number of calls and connections that you make to earn swag, so you can earn hats. You may be able to earn a yard sign or a t-shirt, which is cool. So you actually get incentivized for actually doing your job. That's not a bad thing. So there's incentive for you to go do your job and get involved with Trump Force 47, but I can tell you that a lot of this, including in competitive states, is being administered through the traditional party structure. This is how we save the money for us to do our jobs, to make sure the Trump campaign has the resources to win in November. So, there's been no abandonment. We're ready to go. Colorado is in play, I think. But we need to focus on not inter-party squabbles. And I can tell you, from being at the RNC and dealing with some of the other state parties, we are not the worst. We are not the worst. Now, this is a warning. This is not a race to the bottom. This is not a challenge to say, oh, we can do better. Trust me, you don't want to. But the best thing that I saw from someone that his first paid job was 1994 here in Colorado. First time I volunteered for a campaign was 1984. Yes, I just turned 53. For a guy named Bill Armstrong. Does anybody remember Bill Armstrong? So I'm talking about 1984 for a reason. 1984 was the last time as a Republican I remember us being unified towards a common purpose. We're actually on board as a party, moving to get President Reagan and Bill Armstrong elected here in Colorado. It felt fantastic being part of something. It took 40 years for that to happen again. When I was at the RNC, sorry, I'm a little emotional. When I was at the RNC, I felt that energy I've not felt in 40 years. And we need that back in Colorado because we need to win. We need to turn the state red again. I miss my old home. Anyways, I've rambled on too long. I didn't mean to get emotional, but it happens sometimes. Especially if you feel it. You feel it? You feel it coming in November? You feel that red wave that never happened in 2020? It's happening this year because of the people in this room. So, let's get it done. Let's get President Trump back in office, and let's win for Republicans here in Colorado. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get through the last bit of business here. Real quick, there was a bit of an issue on Amendment 2, especially with our updated credentials report, so I just want to make sure we get this right. I don't think the passage of Amendment 2 is in doubt, so we're not going to do a standing counted vote, but we will do a standing vote just to demonstrate that there was sufficient support for it. So, if you recall, Bylaw Amendment 2 dealt with the verification process for special meetings. So, all in favor of the passage of Bylaw Amendment 2 concerning the verification of special meetings and that process, please rise. Okay, please be seated. All opposed, please rise. Okay, Chairman is not in doubt. Bylaw 2 is passed. Okay. Because all of you want to get out of here, and I think me as well since I have a new baby, we're going to get into the... Oh, yes, yeah. Our baby boy, he was born, he's a big one, he's a big boy. He was 9 pounds, 10 ounces. Mama was tough. His name is Pierce. And he was born at 3 a.m. in the morning, 26th, yep, on the 26th, just a few days ago. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into the removal vote. I want to call up Kevin Thibodeau. He will be chairing this portion of the meeting because it's appropriate, considering that the vote is concerning its party officers. We're going to do one vote by roll call, and the reason we're doing roll calls is we want to be able to document and demonstrate exactly where you all are at. And just on a personal note, I want to tell you that I don't necessarily want to lead a party that doesn't want me to be its leader. I'm a believer, I'm a Christian, I'm also a firm believer in that you don't wear out your welcome. And if this committee feels that there should be a change of leadership at any point, I want to know about it, because ultimately I've always tried to conduct myself with the understanding and the principle that you're the boss. I'm not here to dictate. I'm here to simply do the will of the majority and serve as you direct me to. So I don't think any of the officers really want to provide a defense, because we don't think it's necessary for us to do so. But I just want to let you know that our heart is to serve, and if you would like for us to leave, that's fine. If you'd like for us to stay, that's fine too. But we hope to put this matter to rest today and demonstrate to the world that in fact there is no separate party that's running the show. It's you guys who are running the show. So with that, I'm going to hand it over, but real quick, there was a petition with sufficient numbers to call for a roll call vote, and that's what we're going to do right now.
Mr. Chairman, a point of John Fielding, Douglas County.
Yes.
Point of clarification. Is there actually a motion on the floor? And if so, what does a yes or a no vote on it signify?
Sure. Well, we can go through the motion. I'll tell you what, we'll have Cody LeBlanc. If you'd like to make the motion for removal, please do.
Yes. Cody LeBlanc, Will County bonus member. I rise today to offer the motion to remove the best state party chairman that Colorado has had in the last 40 years. That was led against the state party. So with that is my motion. I need a second.
Mr. LeBlanc, can you include the other officers too, please?
We want to do it all together?
We're going to do it all together.
Okay. I move to also remove the best vice chairwoman that this party has had in the last 40 years. And I move to vindicate, well, I'm not going to include that, never mind. I also move to remove Anna Ferguson as the secretary of the state party, even though she's been one of the absolute most phenomenal secretaries that the state party has ever had. Again, all three of these officers, the removal is due to the request of a coup being led against this party. But with that, that's my motion. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. So then, and for the benefit of the body, so then as I understand it, a vote of yes is a vote to remove, and a vote of no is a vote to retain the current leadership. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes vote to remove, no vote to retain. You are allowed to abstain as well, but considering that the 3/5 requirement, which was already voted on, applies to the total membership, your abstention will count against removal. Yes.
Jeremy Goodall, 5th Congressional Chair. I rise to oppose this motion in the most strenuous language possible.
If you want to keep your current officers, you got to vote no or abstain, but vote no. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna hand it.
Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm not. One more, and then I'm going to hand it over to Kevin.
Do you have a second for that motion before we have a discussion?
Do we have a second? We had a second, okay. Because I'm the subject of the discussion here, I'm going to hand over the gavel to Kevin Thibodeau, our chairman pro tem.
For those who understand, this vote can go fast, if you wish it to. The question on the floor is the removal of the chairman and the other officers under Article 5, Section C of the CRC bylaws. The debate will be governed by Standing Rule 34. Under Rule 34, those who wish to speak to remove the chairman will be recognized for 15 minutes. And those who wish to speak in defense of the chairman will be recognized for 15 minutes. Then those who wish to remove the chairman will be given 5-minute rebuttal. Finally, those who wish to defend the chairman will be given a 5-minute rebuttal. After this done, if any additional evidence is presented under Rule 34, then further time will be extended at the discretion of the chair. After the presentations, we will debate the question for up to another 26 minutes under Standing Rule number 8. Are there any questions concerning the rules for debate during this item?
Mr. Chairman?
The chair recognizes you.
Yeah, Fred Clifford, bonus member, and my comment is that we don't really need to take this vote because we do not have credentialed members that meet the 60%.
Right.
No, we don't. We do not have that. But I think it's a good idea to vote anyway, so please vote no. Thank you.
Well, the chairman wishes this vote on behalf of the Central Committee in order to just solidify legitimately that this committee voted to not remove him or remove him depending upon how the vote goes. But the purpose of this is to make a statement and put it on the record for all. Yes, ma'am.
Brandy Bradley, State House Representative, District 39. Thank you. When I ran for office, I knew I was going to have to fight the progressive communists and the Democrat Party. I didn't know I'd have to do it in my own party. Dave Williams has stood, and the rest of you have stood against the indoctrination that I'm receiving from my own children in Douglas County. You've probably seen that my son's history teacher tried to tell him that Da Vinci was gender fluid and the Mona Lisa was a picture of his feminine side. That's gone viral on Twitter. You're welcome. They've asked for my children's pronouns. That's compelled speech against the district policy. We finally have a fighter that's willing to stop the indoctrination, and the cult mentality is going against our members. We have to stop. We have Venezuelan gangs taking over Aurora, and our governor is saying it's an imagination. We're the third least safe state in the country, and we have infighting going on instead of making our state safe. Stop. It has to stop. The people in here that are stirring the pot, stop. We need to be fighting the Democrats that are making this place unsafe. Parents like me have had enough. I want healthcare freedom. I want parental rights. I want my Second Amendment protected. And I'm tired of the infighting. That are destroying the state, which are the Democrats. They're the ones at fault. It is a super majority that they have. Quit stirring the pot because you are going to be taken down like the rest of them. Thank you very much. And thank you. Thank you.
Okay, at this point in time, this discussion is specifically geared towards those who wish to remove the chair and those who wish to not remove the chair. So I'm going at this point in time, going to call anybody here today that wishes to remove the chair, please come to a microphone and make their case for removing the chair. You'll have 15 minutes. Is there anybody here that wishes to remove the chair? Oh, excuse me, that's right, chair and other officers. I should have removed that. So is there anybody here that wishes to have 15 minutes to discuss why the chair and to put the debate to why the chair should be removed? Anybody here, please come to the microphone. The chair acknowledges that nobody is coming to the microphone.
Sir, I would like to make a point of order because I actually agree with the other guy. You need 247 to remove officers, and we actually don't have that. I suggest that instead we make a motion of support for our officers and we vote on that. And we can have 100% support for officers. But maybe that's not what you want. But I agree that we don't actually even have enough people to remove. We don't have enough votes. And they didn't have anywhere close to enough votes.
State Party Chairman Dave Williams.
Keith, I understand why everyone, is saying there's no need for a vote here because the executive committee's decision was upheld. Your state party officers really need a vote on removal. Yeah. We need you to vote how your conscience. Hopefully it's a no, but we need it. And so what we would simply ask is let's get through this roll call vote. Let's get it all on record and let's move on. We know that you guys support us, but we need your no votes on the record. So that's where we're at. Let's do it.
The chair will not recognize motions hollered from the floor, so if you want to make a motion, you'll need to come to a microphone. Since there was nobody that came forward to speak in favor of removing the chair will open up the microphone so people who wish to speak for maintaining the chair. The chair recognizes the microphone right there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephanie Luck, Representative, House District 60. I just wanted to say, before you actually close the opportunity for people who might want to speak against the current leadership, I wanted to pave a way. So this year I was reported as the representative with the most no votes. So I vote no more than anybody else in the House. That distinction is not an easy thing, right? Pushing the red button or saying no when everybody else is saying yes is a hard thing. And we can tell from the dynamics in this room that the no's are outnumbered by the yeses in terms of should our party leadership be maintained, right? I mean, we can hear it. We can hear that there is solid support for our current leadership, of which I am a member of that group. That being said, if we are going to actually be able to move forward as a party, and we are going to be able to leave this room unified, we need to be able to know that the people here all felt heard. And so I want to pave the way for anyone here who would otherwise say, no, you know what, I don't agree with that. To have the courage to stand here and not be out on Facebook later, right? To stand here and to say, this is my heart, this is why I disagree, so that we can vet those things and we can have a face-to-face, a heart-to-heart, and we can hopefully be able to walk out on one accord. And I'll remind you too that silence is consent in this instance, right? So your silence, your unwillingness to come and to present and to say, you know what, I disagree with X, is actually your ascension to all of these other things. Many of us know that there are real issues that need to be addressed. Many of those issues predated even my birth, from what I've learned. And the Republican Party and the people of Colorado and the people of the United States have a lot of hard questions and a lot of hard conversations that they're being forced to have in a way that prior generations haven't over at least the last 100 years about who we are, who we want to be, and where we want to head. And those hard conversations require the courage necessary to come and to say your piece. And so again, let me reaffirm that I stand fully behind this leadership. But I also open the door for civil discourse and dialogue so that everyone knows that they had an opportunity to share what's most important to them. So that is what I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair is going to open the floor now for the debate.
Excuse me, sorry.
26 minutes of debate concerning this entire issue. Since there was nobody that came forward to speak against the chair, then instead of going into the defense of the chair, we will proceed right to the 26 minutes of debate. Open this up for the floor for the microphones for debate on this motion, and then after that we will go into the vote. So I'm starting the timer for 26 minutes. The chair recognizes the member at the microphone.
Hello, I'm Dawn James, Secretary of Kiowa County. And I'm actually appreciative of Representative Luck. I realize that I'm going to be very much on the majority of the group here. I was not in attendance at last week's meeting, but I did sign the petition. not against the party officers as a whole, but my personal feelings were more regarding the chairman and some of the activities. I would like to not vote against the entire removal, but since that is what presented, I'm going to be a no vote, or rather a yes vote to remove the officer team. The reason I'm here is kind of what Representative Luck stated. I am a history teacher. I teach a class on genocide studies, and I teach my students that exactly what she said. Sometimes you have to stand up and be against the majority, which is why I'm here.
Chair recognizes the member.
Robin Webb, First Vice Chair, Douglas County Republicans. This not only takes away money, resources, and time from our actual mission, which is to get Republicans elected, which we have the chance to move the needle on this year, including HD 43 in Douglas County, which we can flip. This is also dangerous. If a vocal minority can stand up and remove our leadership with a spreadsheet of names that God knows where they came from, what precedent are we setting here if we let this fly? So we not only need to stand against this strongly, we need to squash this. This is dangerous. Thank you.
Scott Bottoms, Representative, House District 15. First, I want to go on the record to say I've met a lot of horrible people and hope's nowhere near the top of that list. So I also think we've got to be careful we're not being naive here, that everything stops after today. This is going to continue. There's still going to be fights. There's still going to be all that stuff. But part of the reason that I am a sitting representative is because we've been slowly winning this battle, and it got to the point where we wanted enough to actually put a grassroots conservative in the state chair, and the liberal Republicans cannot stand that. Guys, they're wanting to tear this party down, and I believe that some of them are actually Democrats, and they know it, but they want to tear this down. And so, yes, we're going to vote today, and I do think it's important, but I think we have to keep the argument going and the fight going, because it's not going to go away. We are trying to win our state back to strongly, solidly red, which I think it is already. But it's been plagued by Republicans. I go into the House, we just finished this week, go into the House and sit and watch very liberal Republicans that are representatives, and by the way, none of them are here today, vote Democrat. And I'm tired of this stuff, and we have to keep fighting because we have got to win this back to red. And so, Dave, you're our guy, 100%. We support you.
Mr. Chairman, Mark McAllister from Mesa County. Folks, I want to remind you that the Republican Party's platform and base is based on Christian values and principles. Our chairman has stood by those values. I respect him for doing that. I do not want a man in my wife's bathroom or my daughter's bathroom. We need to stand up for who we are and speak to who we are. Our chairman and our board has done that. I appreciate that. And I want you to know that there are people in Western Colorado that are not drinking the Kool-Aid. Thank you.
Good morning still, or afternoon. I'm Ken DeGraff, House District Representative from House District 22. Since Stephanie mentioned records, I was one of the top most constitutional voting representatives by Liberty Scorecard. If not me, I don't know. But this election here, this vote, is not just about the excellent leaders that we have. This is about representatives like Scott, Stephanie, Brandy, me. Eli's come after all of us. Eli's come after all of us. I saw the email from the party last night, had some screenshots. not the really good ones, but of things that Eli said to me, Eli said to Brandy. Eli referred to me as a pornographer and a sicko because in standing against the books, which you can find on ratedbooks.org, he said that I didn't have the courage to do something about that in the House of Representatives. I did. That video went viral. But he went after me, and in addition to a lot of other people. But those books are being curated in county libraries, which are overseen by county commission, which there's a Bremer on, which I think might be related somehow, maybe by marriage. So these are, when this came out, when the latest brouhaha came out about Dave, what was it about? It was about that email, God Hates Flags. Now, at first when I read it, I didn't have time to read it, I just glossed over it. I thought, oh, that's a little strong, maybe, I don't know. But I got it, I was like, that's clever. And then everything came out and everybody came unglued. Now I looked at it and I thought, I know exactly what this is. This is about the open primary. 100%. And that's where Eli really came off the rails coming after me. So Eli is a strong supporter not only of the open primary, we voted on that. And just because Brandy likes math so much.
This meeting shall come back to order.
That's going to be the best thing for
We're prepared to announce the vote. May I have your attention, please? With the AV, there you go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the vote is such. We had a total of 204 votes cast, 191.5 noes, 10 yeses. Therefore, Chairman Williams retains his seat. I will now return the chair back to Chairman Williams.
As well as the rest of the officers. That's what he meant. You bet. Okay. I want to make sure I got this right. That was... So we did have 2.5 abstentions, and that total number brings us to 204. Are we in concurrence with that? 204. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to put a motion on the floor to make the roll call vote the final credentials report. Second. Okay. All in favor of making the roll call vote the final credentials report, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that concludes our business, Mr. Parliamentarian. Is that right? I think so. All right, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved! Okay, all in favor of adjourning? Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your Labor Day weekend. And remember, there is a gaggle of press outside. If you want to speak to them, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine.
But now Eli could cancel this meeting. So even though this one is endorsed by two outstanding parliamentarians, and theirs was endorsed by, I don't know, somebody they found on Craigslist. So there's no gavels out here, are there? So I read the email, and I parsed through it very carefully, and I thought, okay. And as SCC members, you should have received my email. And I went through the email, and I said, okay, this email is talking about the godless groomers. So if you're not a godless groomer, that email was not about you. It also mentioned politicians. I happen to find myself in that category reluctantly. Not on my list of things to do in life, still not on my list of things that I would like to do in life. So, I'm no linguistic genius, so I called some people, contacted some people, and said, what is it that you found offensive? Holtorf, Lynch, Evans. Nothing. Holtorf and Lynch hadn't even read the email when they had, before they had, even after I asked them, they had not read the email.
The member's time has expired. Chair recognizes the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calvin Downs, Douglas County. First of all, let me just say, I believe that God Hates Flags reference was the title of Mark Driscoll's sermon that was on that email. Okay? I believe what Dave Williams actually said was, God hates pride. And God does hate pride. To be proud of anything is one of the 7 deadly sins, right, in the sense of that, but to be proud about your homosexuality, even worse. Nonetheless, it was referring to groomers, I agree. Anyway, I digress. I'm here to say that I understand what has been said earlier about that there's no 60% ability to remove an officer. However, I view this vote as more about a vote of confidence for our current officer slate of Dave Williams, Hope Sheppelman, and Anna Ferguson. And so, I simply say, I'm rising here to vote no on the motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes member of the microphone.
I'm John Freeberg. I'm the chair of the Raritan County GOP, and I'm proud to say that we were the first county to ask for Dave's resignation immediately after the last April's meeting, long before any letters were written. The purpose of the chair of the state party is to raise money. That's his job. His job is not to write letters or to do anything else. His job is to raise money. If he hasn't done that and can't do that, then we have a significant problem in the state. I have 21 years in the Army. This is what we would call a self-leaking ice cream cone. This is an echo chamber where everybody wants to hear what they think they want to hear. But I'm here to tell you right now that we can't win without money. And if Dave can't raise the money, then we need to replace him with somebody who can raise the money. And that may seem unfair and cruel. It's not personal. I don't hate anybody. The church I go to tells me not to hate anybody. I don't hate groomers. I don't hate homosexuals. I don't hate any of those people. I hate the sin, and I think they're wrong. But I sin as well. I sin every day. And that makes me a sinner, so you can hate me too. Get in line. All right. But the bottom line is that this is a logistical issue. You'll notice that we did not vote to support Todd Watkins in his process because he didn't do the job. He didn't do the right things. And I can't support that. We did vote to strengthen the rules about how you can appeal or how you can challenge the leadership of the party. We did vote for that. So we're not anti-Todd Watkins. We're not anti-Dave Williams. We are anti-losing elections. And I will tell you right now that unless we raise money and get some people out there focused on what's going on, I see the Democrats on TV all the time, and I see that my candidates don't have any money for anything.
Member's time has expired. The chair would just remind everybody in the debate to just be courteous of the other people that are in line and keep your points germane to the discussion as to whether or not we will or will not remove the current chairman. The chair recognizes the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wear a couple of hats. I want to designate that I'm Eric Grossman, speaking on behalf of the chairman of Mineral County. And I think there's a great lesson here in this divide that has existed arguably for a very long time. I would submit to the body that we've been divided. And we went from an old school or current leader or old leadership that ran the party for a long time to a whole different set of circumstances in the election of March of last year. And for some of you, I think maybe there's been some buyer's remorse on what I like to call one-issue-itis. And to the sort of olive branch unification that's been sort of levied here, I'd like to do the same for my brief moment here to say, beware the politics of perfection. There's no greater example of that than what just happened with RFK Jr. endorsing Trump. We all don't have to agree on everything, but the manner and process in which we get there does matter. And this process has been over the top and hurtful. These poor people have gone through hell the past couple of weeks. It's been dreadful. And we don't have to agree on everything, but beware the politics of perfection. There is a legitimate intelligence operation going on and a psyop against all of us to find the one-issue-itis. For some people, it's been the opt-out. For some people, it's been the endorsement. For some people, it's been the trans conversation. But there's a lot of people out there who are looking for your one trigger and the one thing that you do not agree with this leadership team on. You don't have to agree with them on everything. But we have to defeat the people that are ruining this country. If the United States falls, the rest of the world falls with it. And this is Colorado's portion of the coup. So take some time to reflect on what I just said. Beware the politics of perfection. There's a bigger game taking place here, but we must defeat these enemies or they're going to ruin us all. Thank you.
Larry Forgy, Back County. My name might be on that list just simply because I answered the email. But the reason why I want those that are placed in authority to answer questions, to explain themselves. If there's one thing I hate is for authority to be abused. And whenever I first got into city council, I was accused of being an anarchist. And I'm not an anarchist. I may be close, but I would rather be an anarchist than a socialist. I'm all about liberty. And so when they put that email out about, and I wasn't for removing, but I wanted an explanation. I want authority to answer questions. That's their job, is to be accountable to us. Now, I don't know whether I have enough time to explain my reasoning. I want for us to be opted out. We got to be a Republican Party subject to a platform that is Republican. And that, by that,
the member's time has expired.
I am for the leadership team, but thank you.
So I'd like to begin with quoting our great president, Ronald Reagan, Westonheimer, Jefferson County, in case you didn't know. The person who agrees with you 80% of the time is a friend and an ally, not a 20% traitor. Ronald Reagan. I have known Dave Williams for many, many years. He's been a very dear friend of mine, and I first want to say that when attacks have come against me for my personality, for my private life, for my choices, the first person to jump up and defend me, actually the first people to jump up and defend me, were the officers that are sitting at that table. And this was a scary time in my life when people came at me from the establishment, people that are coming at our chairman, the likes of Eli Bremer and people in this room, and Joshua Hostler, that wanted to destroy my character and assassinate me in the public square. And the people that stood by my side were those officers. And I rise today to support them again, because they have stood for me and they have stood for our party. I do want to address the allegation from the member, that the member from Huerfano County mentioned, which was that the Republican Party has not raised any money. That is blatantly and patently false. These are the current fundraising numbers for the Colorado Republican Committee per the Federal Election Commission, which is where the state party operates out of. There is some confusion of whether they operate out of the state or out of the federal. They operate out of the federal. Year to date, since 1/1/2023 through 7/31/24, there will be a new report from Tom.
The member's time has expired.
Sorry.
Just, the discussion is supposed to be germane to whether or not we are going to remove the chairman or not. So you may continue for a few more minutes, Mr. Armour.
I'm sorry, just like
Finish up.
30
Go
seconds.
ahead. Wrap it up. You seem to be popular.
1.3, so $1,348,805.83. That is the number in which the state party is raised at the leadership of Dave Williams. Cash on hand, nearly $500,000 year to date, or currently in the account as of the last filing. Does that sound like we aren't raising money? I'm sorry, but that's money in our account. So I rise again to support Dave Williams, to support Hope Sheppelman, and support Anna Ferguson, and I ask you to join me. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the member.
Mary Thunberg, Adams County District Captain. I'm reminding people that there were two candidates and the grassroots run in March of 2023. The campaign consultant for Eric Adlin, who was running against Dave Williams, wrote a version of the Republican ranked choice voting 1 month after Eric Adlin lost the U.S. Congress race. And the point of the story is this whole issue is about putting in ranked choice voting in Colorado. It is really irrelevant to who's the state chair, except that the grassroots defeated Eric Adlin's campaign manager. I have the handout here that makes it a total pay-to-play, no representation, no audit possible at all. And the DLA Piper Law Firm International, who Nancy Pelosi's husband was a law partner of for many years, along with Doug Emhoff. Kamala Harris's husband was a partner of DLA Piper Law Firm for many years, who each one of those were either on Dominion Board of Directors or Smartmatic Board of Directors. That was Doug Emhoff, who was on the Board of Directors of Smartmatic. And of course, Nancy Pelosi's husband, anyway, he was on the Board of Directors for Dominion Voting Machines. This is about scamming our votes and about taking over first by this ranked choice voting, which is now called something else. So they're not going to call it ranked choice voting, but Peg told us what it's going to be called. So the point of the story is the grassroots took control of the state party, and that is Dave Williams. So please remember, and I've got handouts for people to know why not to vote for this ranked choice voting stuff. So I hope you all get it before you go, along with a few other things. Okay, God bless.
There are 4 minutes and 19 seconds left in the 26 minutes for debate. The chair recognizes the microphone.
Jeremy Goodall, 5th Congressional Chairman. I know a lot of you probably think you know what I'm about to say, but I promise you, you don't. The building that we are currently standing in, years ago, while it was just vacant land, my wife, flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone, was on the prayer team in the Prayer Shield and actually prepped this very ground, in my opinion, for today's meeting. Because what we are dealing with right now is a battle for the soul of our party. And it is really difficult to stand shoulder to shoulder in defense of the platform and principles that our party stands for, while a portion of our body kneels to Mammon. I strongly implore you to keep our officers who have done an outstanding job in the face of unimaginable fights.
Jonathan Ambler, Pueblo County. And with due respect to Dave and the leadership team, this vote to me has very little to do with them. The fundamentals that we face today is a fight between democracy and a Republican form of government. And they are very confused today. And that's very deliberate from Democrats. We have a representative government, and we are guaranteed that by Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. We have elected leaders of our party. There are no other elected leaders of our party. We believe in Republican principles, and we as a party need to uphold that. Those who use democracy against us are illegitimate. I support voting against removing our leaders because that makes a greater statement about a Republican form of government than anything else. We are Republicans and we need to support a Republican. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the microphone and you have 1 minute, sir.
Okay. Alden Savoca, honest member, Mesa County. I rise to oppose removal vote and to keep our officers. If I just needed one issue, it would be the one of the email and the opposition to the LGBTQ agenda. That issue alone, I would vote to keep the officers over that. Look, the state chairman can promote the party's platform and planks of it. No one on the other side called a meeting to remove Christy Burton Brown when she was supporting pro-life movements and issues using the state party communications and platform. I totally support her doing that, and I totally support Dave and whatever other family-friendly issues he supports that are in the state party platform.
The chair recognizes the microphone. You have seconds.
Beverly Kyler, Archuleta County Secretary. Our county is next door to Hope Sheppelman's county. We are in the same Senate district, same House district. We've worked together, we've campaigned together. And I want to say that Hope has been through hell with people from her own county coming against her. And I believe, personally, I don't have proof of this, that their participation in this issue and the reason that they are trying to eliminate the executive team is a personal vendetta against Hope that has nothing to do with any of this other stuff that we're talking about. It's old history and it's personal vendettas, and I stand in support of Hope. I've worked with her, we worked together, I appreciate you, Hope, and so I just encourage you to see the issue that way with including all of them in this. Thank you.
The time for debate has expired, but unless there is any objection, we're going to let Representative Lundberg make the final statements.
Kevin Lundberg.
Chair recognizes the microphone.
This vote actually puts me between a rock and a hard place. And that is because months ago, when I was first encountered this controversy, as chairman of the lawsuit committee, I took the position and very publicly said that I will not take a position on this. I agree with virtually everything that people have said, but I'm going to abstain. But I want you to understand that's because I believe I need to be true to my word, and I have said even the Lundberg report that I published this morning stated I am not taking a position on this issue. It's because I do support the open primary lawsuit challenging you, I understand. But we have to find a way to move forward as a team together, and I don't know where that direction is, but we've got to find that. In this room, there's unanimity, but there isn't everywhere. I believe we need to find that, and I believe my record clearly demonstrates over the decades that I am for the values and the principles that we stand for in this room. Thank you.
The 26 minutes allocated for debate has expired. In order to continue on with debate, it would require a 2/3 vote of the assembly if we wanted to finish with debate, or we would go right to the vote. All those in favor of continuing debate, please stand. Thank you. All those in favor of closing debate and going to the vote, please stand. You may be seated. We shall proceed to the vote. The question is on the removal of the chairman and other officers. This vote will be made by roll call. Therefore, the chair admonishes at this point, everybody, please be quiet as you can listen for your name being called. And so everybody quiet and listen. Hold on a second. For removal of the chairman, a yes vote would, for the removal of the chairman and all the officers, a yes vote would remove the chairman and all the officers, and a no vote would retain them. Is that clear? A yes vote removes them, a no vote retains them. Yes, or you can abstain.
Okay, I'm going to do this in county order. Daniel Bellefontaine. Yes, yes.
We can't hear you.
Okay, Daniel Bellefontaine, I'm going to call your name. If you're here, please let me know your vote. If you have a proxy, please let me know that you're the proxy for that voting member. So Daniel Bellefontaine. We're starting with Adams. Craig Sullivan. Kate Summer. Charles Bonnewell. No. Charles Heatherly. Carl Hoops. Joe Janicki.
I'm a proxy for Joe Janicki, Adams County.
And what's your vote?
Nay.
Keith Maines. Wendy McBride.
No.
Greg Mills. Ben Nicholas.
No.
Heidi Pitchforth. Courtney Potter. Lisa Smith.
No.
We're on to Alamosa. Cheryl O'Dowd.
No.
Denise Witherspoon.
No.
Gary Goodwin.
No.
Arapahoe County. Annette Rowland. Ronald Redden. Jean Bow.
No.
Jeff Baker. Marcia Berzins. Robin Carnes. Kathleen Chandler. Tom Cooper.
No.
Robert Downey.
No.
Deborah Gamber.
No.
Michael Hancock. Stephanie Hancock. Thomas Kim. Gabe Martinez.
Emphatically no.
Patty McKernan. And your name is Kim Wright?
Yes.
Danny Moore. Stephanie Pico. Rich Sokol. Mark Steller.
No.
Robert Tate.
Proxy, no.
Susan Baker.
Yes.
Elizabeth Temple.
No.
Archuleta. Rick Walker.
Hell no.
Dave Coiler.
No.
Bev Coiler.
No.
Baca County. Larry Forgay.
No.
Adam Ray.
No.
Wendy Forgay.
Proxy, no.
Is it Adam Ray as the
Yes.
proxy? Bent County. Pam Valdez.
No.
Deborah Martin. Douglas Banker.
No.
Boulder County. Tara Menza. Richard Keck. Mark Milliman. Greg Morrissey. Twyla Barrett. Peg Cage.
No.
Johnny Barrett. David Brown.
No.
Marshall Dawson. Matt Menza. Teresa Watson. Broomfield County. Ben Vager. Heather Shidham. Dave, is she here? Did someone answer? David Beacom. David Clemens. Beverly McAdam. Chaffee, Dave Williams. Todd Tipton. Jennifer Barker. Cheyenne, Gregory Martin. Erica Kern. Joni Mitchick. Clear Creek, Michael Hochevar.
No.
Chris Hegman.
No.
Susan Adams.
No.
Conejos County, Lawrence Martin.
No. Vice Chair proxy for Matt Lovato is a no. Secretary proxy Crowder is a no.
Thank you. Castilla, Steve Wolfel.
No.
Bill Andrews.
No.
Mary Wolfel.
No.
Crowley, Matt Carter. Keith Benbow. Lisa Torbler. Custer County, Jack Canterbury.
No.
Marjorie Barthrop.
No.
Sandra Atterbury. Delta County, David Bradford. Kelly Gallagher.
What was that?
Yeah, and Michael DeManna, right? Celeste Gamache.
No.
Amy Nays. Alyssa Padilla.
No.
Diane Wolta. John Tavato.
No.
JP Funk, we're Dolores now, sorry. Dolores, JP Funk.
No.
Rob Crane.
No, proxy.
And it's JP. Gwendolyn Funk.
No.
Douglas County, Steve Peck. Robin Webb.
No.
Kimberly Bear. Stephen Allen.
I stand in full support of our officer board, and I vote no on the motion for removal.
Thank you. Renee Anderson. Amy Biskowski.
By proxy, John Fielding, by proxy, votes no.
John Fielding.
Votes no.
Ann Gill.
No.
Dave Gill.
Absolutely no.
Lawrence Glesner. Did someone answer? Okay. Art Goldberger.
No.
Edward Harefield.
By proxy, Robert Webb? No.
Pam Hampton. Ted Harvey.
No.
Bill Jack.
By proxy, no.
And is that Robin Webb?
Randy Bradley.
Brandy Bradley, okay. Andy Jones.
Straight up back over.
Kim Ransom.
No.
Rita Salcedo.
No.
Megan Silverthorne. Calvin Downs.
Most definitely no.
Alita Yu.
No.
Eagle County. Tony Martinez. Michael Wheeler. Lori DeVerse. El Paso. Vicki Tompkins. Todd Watkins. Adriana Cuba. Evelyn Angley.
No.
Michael Angley.
No way.
Isaac Bottoms. Brad Collins.
No.
Frank Cotton.
Benedict, no.
Christy Corkamp.
No.
Troy Corkamp.
No. Trump won.
Yes, he did. Carl Dent. Oh. Yes, it was a no. Carl Dent. Daniel Fenlinson. Maddie Fenlison. Cheryl Glasgow.
No.
Brad Collins. Joshua Griffin. Kathy Horsky.
No.
Martin Horsky.
No.
Donna LaBelle.
No.
Is that Amy Pendergraft? Oh, so you're carrying Amy's. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, I had it the other way around. Sheila Lepora.
No.
Mason Luke. Lindsay Moore.
No.
Amy Pendergraft.
No.
And that's Donna LaBelle. Paul Prentice.
No.
Kay Rendleman. LaDonna Robertson. Is that Candace Stutzring? Joel Sorensen. Kathleen Stellick.
No.
Rex Tompkins.
No.
Amber.
President.
Yes. Thank you. Linda Zamora.
No.
All right, Elbert County. Tom Peterson. Dan Guthrie.
Wrong. Yeah.
And is that Eric Carlson?
Yes.
Sherry Mers.
Sherry Mers, no.
And Deanna Mason Shaw?
Yes.
Thank you. Bob Free.
No.
Dwayne Mers.
No, by proxy, Christopher Grace.
Thank you. Fremont, Rick Castor. Jennifer Irvine. Is that Terry Madigan?
Yes.
Terry Madigan.
Yeah,
Also Fremont. John Hamrick. Stacy Seifert. Garfield County, Greg Rippey. Lisa Weimer. Jerry Law.
No, proxy, and fraction vote.
Susan Tribble?
Yes.
Thank you. Lori Miller. Stephanie Davis. Carrie Cooey. Lindsay Harder. Gilpin County, Marie Mornis.
No.
Rick Wenzel. Brenda Deal.
No.
Grant County, David Buckley. Carl Wood. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. I put you in context. What, is David Buckley here? No. Carl Wood. Rebecca Guthrie. Gunnison, Corey Dobson.
No.
Kyle Balch. Christine Toole. Hinsdale, Diane Bruce. Michael Murphy. Wesley Williams. Werfino, John Freeberg. Mitchell Wardell. I'm sorry, what's the proxy name? Jim. Okay, Jim Littlefield. Is Jim Mitchell Wardell's proxy?
Thank you.
Okay, so Mitchell Wardell, is it a yes? And Jim Littlefield? Cindy Jameson? Jackson County, Faith Anderson?
By proxy, James Crockett, no.
Jamie Crockett?
No.
Sherry Pure?
By proxy, James Crockett, no.
Jefferson County, Nancy Pelosi? Liz Veeder?
No. Proxy carried by Greg Peter, and that's also no.
Okay, I'll do that when I get to your name, Greg. Jackie Schroeder? Larry Allen?
No.
Debbie Vandermeer?
By proxy, Laurel Weimer, no.
Laura Boggs? Fred Clifford?
No.
Patty DiLorenzo?
No.
David DeMott? Karen Fitzpatrick?
No.
Tina Francone?
Hell no.
Tina Griffiths? Russ Haas?
No.
Sean Hegarty?
No.
Laurel Eimer?
No.
Weston Eimer?
No.
Tim Leonard?
No.
James McFarland?
No.
George Muma? Denise Mund? Renee Nelson?
No.
Joan Poston?
For all those that I represent, no.
Donald Rosier? Greg Veeder.
No.
Rich Wyatt.
No by proxy, Tim Leonard.
All right, Kiowa County, Terry Laird.
Proxy, Don James, yes.
Greg Miller.
Proxy, Don James, yes.
Don James.
Yes.
Kit Carson, Diane Holmes. Judy Feldhausen.
No.
Benjamin Haysart. La Plata, Dave Peters. Nikki Bowling. Vanessa Ruggles. Jody Zuber. Cheryl Hunter. Lake County, Whitney Smythe Smith. Betty Benson. Carol Glenn. Larimer, Kristen Grazier. Sonia Thompson. Mickey Nupper.
No, half a vote. Proxy.
Bob Moraine. Christian Navarro. Is that Theo Barker? Theo Barker.
No.
Carol Terrell. Cindy Bonifel.
No.
Janice Gerbers. Kevin Lumberg. Neela Kroll. Sandra Lull.
No.
Gordon Slack. Philip Stout.
Proxy, no.
Theo Barker. Travis Conklin.
No.
Los Animas, Darrell Lee Felon. Clint Harcourt. Frank Zell. Lincoln County, Ardith James. Russell Langle. Mindy Dutro. Logan County, Josh Sonnenberg. Conrad Bostrom. Janie Glenn. Darwin Hayes. Mesa County, Alice Baumgardner. Nina Anderson. Teresa Porter. Bradley Barker. Bonnie Beckstein. Ken Brownlee. Michael Roeder. Lorene Gutierrez. Mark McAllister.
No.
Kevin McCarney. He's the secretary, so I'm sure he wouldn't be here. Alden Savoca.
No.
Mineral County, Eric Grossman.
Nay.
Zeke Ward.
By proxy, nay.
Hendrik Schultz.
By proxy, nay.
Okay. Moffett, Charles Grove.
By proxy, no.
And that's Victoria Van Kevery. Leona Hemrick.
She's also no by proxy.
And then Victoria.
No.
Montezuma. I'm sorry?
You go, girl.
She said Mineral County's a no.
Okay.
It was a joke.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Don't confuse me.
I know.
Yep, just now it's a no. Lynetta Shaw, Bob Auer, Cindy Wallace, Montrose County, Charlie Oswald,
No.
Monty George,
By proxy, Charlie Oswald, no.
Jody Wooden,
By proxy, Charlie Oswald, no.
Montrose, Tammy Jolly. John Felsing.
By proxy, Charlie Oswald, no.
Lois Hogan.
By proxy, Charlie Oswald, no.
Morgan County, Michelle Christensen.
No.
Wes Cable.
No. By proxy, Linda Carlson.
Linda Carlson.
No.
Otero, Stephanie Garbo. Trish Leone. Sharon Giralducci. Uray County, Lynn Neal.
No, by proxy, Kevin Wilson.
Kevin Wilson.
No.
Larry Coulter.
No, by proxy, Kevin Wilson.
Kathy Elmont.
No, by proxy, Kevin Wilson.
Park County, Dave Whistle.
No.
Joyce Hines.
No.
Lillian Whistle. Stephanie Evans.
No.
Phillips County, Steve Brown. Kelly Michael. Ellie Beal. Pitkin County, John Kelly. Frida Wallison. Anna Zane. Prowers County, Thomas Dunnigan. Sam Zordell. Gary Melcher. Pueblo County, Michelle Gray. Pam Cole.
No.
Mala Reichert. Jonathan Ambler.
No.
Sean Conti. Did someone say? Did anybody vote? Kenneth Frank. Christy Fedora. Robert Nielsen.
No.
Ed Perry. Rio Blanco. Sam Tolley.
By proxy, Elaine Fury, no.
Mona Avery.
By proxy, Elaine Fury, no.
Kelly Scott. Rio Grande, Carol Rickenbach.
No.
Larry Hirsink.
No.
Amanda Mayers.
No.
Broward County, Heather DeBose.
No.
Leslie Bell.
No, by proxy.
Lisa Rosatowski.
No, by proxy.
Thomas Cheney.
No, by proxy.
Kelly Malden.
No, by proxy.
Saguache County, Mike Cowan.
No.
Terry Gillette.
No.
Kyle Zimmerman.
No.
San Juan, Kevin Baldwin. Steve Pendleton. Terry Lamers. Harley Brooke Hitching. Sedgwick County, Mike Benson.
No.
Kim Zion.
No, by proxy.
And that's you, Mike. Tasha Harris.
No, by proxy.
Summit County, CJ Milno. Tom Day. Lori Cudnelli. Teller County, Carl Anderson.
Yes.
This is Carl or Jameson?
This is Carl's vote by Jameson.
By Jameson, okay. Tim LeBlanc.
Yes.
Michael Bladestill. Washington County, Rick Benish. Gina Miller-Ramey. Giselle Jefferson. Weld County, Tom Van Loan. Hunter Rivera. Eric Reiner. Harry Buck. Mike Freeman. Billy Hall. Julie James. Stephen Canton. Marge Klein. Cody LeBlanc.
On behalf of the conservatives within Weld County, I proudly vote no on the motion that I made.
Fred May. Steve Moreno. Jerry Purcell. Lois Rice. Lori Sane.
On behalf of Weld County, no!
David Sislowski. Yuma County, David Schaffner. Reese Shea.
No.
Kurt Soner. Sorry about that.
No.
Is that David Schaffner? Randy Corcoran.
As much as I hate to plagiarize Tina Franklin, hell no.
CD1 Chair Wendy Warner. CD4 Chair Tom Wines. Kim, are you holding this proxy? Okay. CD5 Chair Jeremy Goodall.
No.
CD6 Chair Suzanne Steyer. CD7 Chair Gregory Carlson.
Present.
CD3 Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. CD4 Congressman Greg Lopez. He left? Okay. CD5 Congressman Doug Lamborn. CD3 CU Regent Glenn Gallegos. CD4 CU Regent Frank McNulty. CD5 CU Regent Ken Montera. CD8 CU Regent Mark Van Driel. CD3 State Board of Ed Stephen Barella. CD4 State Board of Ed Deborah Sheffel. CD5 State Board of Ed Steve Durham. Oh, Deborah Sheffel, is that Kim Ransom as a proxy? Okay. Steve Durham. HD 14 Rose Puglisi. HD 15 Scott Bottoms. HD 20 Don Wilson. HD 21 Mary Bradfield. HD 22 Ken DeGraff. HD 39 Brandy Bradley. HD 44 Anthony Hartsook. HD 45 Lisa Frizzell. HD 47 Ty Winter. HD 48 Gabe Evans. HD 51 Ron Weinberg. HD 54 Matt Soper. HD 55 Rick Taggart. HD 56 Rod Bockenfeld. HD 58 Mark Catlin. HD 60 Stephanie Luck. HD 63 Richard Holthoff. HD 64 Ryan Armagast. 65 Mike Lynch. SD1 Byron Pelton. SD10 Larry Liston. SD12 Barb Gardner. SD2 Jim Smallwood. SD23 Barb Kirkmeyer. SD30 Kevin Van Winkle. SD35 Rod Pelton. SD4, Mark Baisley. SD5, Perry Will. SD6, Cleve Simpson. SD7, Janice Rich. SD9, Paul Lundeen. At JD11, Linda Stanley. JD13, Travis Sides. JD15, Josh Vogel. JD16, William Culver. JD18, John Kellner. JD19, Michael Rourke. JD21, Dan Rubenstein. 22, Matt Marchson. JD4, Michael Allen. JD7, Seth Ryan. JD9, Jefferson Cheney. JD12, Ann Kelly. And we have Dave Williams here. No. And the Ferguson Secretary, no.
We will stand in recess for 15 minutes while the votes are counted.
Lunch is ready if you want to go. Get some. It's out in the foyer. Lunch is ready. Procedural things to close out the meeting. You're welcome to get your lunch, and then we'll leave if you wish, the business. But be also aware there is a gaggle of press waiting outside to interview anyone. So just be aware there's press out there. You're free to talk to them, free not to. It's all your decision.